and give him your names so that he can talk about the people really making it happen, which is you folks. So just so you know, there's real visibility and tension back in Boston about what you've done, and also in the COVID times that you've done it in. It's just actually, you should be proud of what you pulled off here. And the eagerness for people to learn and do new things and start companies is really, it's commendable. It's really cool. It's admirable. So I think that all of us think about that in Boston, and we're here to support you, including giving little speeches for 5 minutes after teaching for 8 hours, whatever we can do.
Thank you.
Really.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
Great to see you all. Stravia, I think it's time you want to take over.
Yes, Krish. Yeah.
Is there preparation? Are we kicking it off at?
Yes, 2:45. Yeah, we are just waiting for a few more hosts to join.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if Professor Sivaram Krishna has heard this. You met him, Dean Raj H. Ambadi, Sivaram Krishna. He's leaving.
Okay.
Northeastern. He's going to Illinois.
So
Illinois
Institute was heading the Peace Group?
No, it's just been announced just a couple of days ago. So I think they will start a search. He's going as a president of another institute in Illinois.
Okay,
that's what we were just talking about. I believe the provost thanked him. He thanked Dean Raj for entrepreneurship and for extending the program to India. So that's a great tribute to what we're doing here.
Yeah, good. I think we met him in his office.
Yes, we did. That's why I mentioned you met him 2 years ago.
Absolutely. Yeah, we met in my office too. Yeah, that's when we first met.
Good morning.
Right.
Good morning, Mark and Greg.
Yeah, okay.
So
Good to
we
see
all
you.
met in our university, and we had a good time.
We did.
Yes.
With both of you in our university. I can recollect those memories.
Yeah. 2 years, almost to the day. It was in June 2019.
Exact 23rd or 24th we met there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I came back again first week of July to India. I think we spent about 2-3 days on different meetings in our office.
That's right.
Yeah, you may not recollect me because of my change of attire.
No, I remember you were wearing a very handsome blue suit. I thought that man dresses well. That was one of my first impressions. And then when you spoke, you were very kind and open, and we instantly connected. That's what I remember. Yeah.
Good. So this pandemic made us to meet like this. Otherwise, we would have met physically here. That was the plan when we met, and you can make 1 or 2 visits and do more than what we expected, what we are doing. All that was disrupted by this pandemic. So we'll hope and see how it is going to take a shape in the future.
Hybrid. I think that it will be, I know for all of us in Northeastern in our regular classes, there's certain things we can take advantage of in virtual. And then certain things where you got to meet people to develop trust. But I think everything's going to go hybrid. Even when things are perfectly normal again. Same in companies here. All the companies here. It's like people are saying, no, look, we actually think better when we're not talking to other people at work. We want to have 2 days of quiet time to actually do our hard programming. And employers are accepting that.
change is there. If you see maybe the phases of 100 years and like that, definitely there was a sea change in all walks of life. But this change is totally different. And that's where we all have to accept it because it's not in our hands. And the only
Yes.
thing is how to live with it, how to come out of, we won't say come out of it, but as you rightly mentioned about different ways, like blended process or different things will come out of this. I think people will find the ways and means, and that's how the way of life is.
And we call that entrepreneurship, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shravya.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I do apologize to interrupt everyone here, but sir, in the interest of time, I'll hand over the stage to Shravya so that we can kickstart the event. I apologize once again. Shravya,
Go ahead, it's all yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Ashutosh. I know how much the pandemic is affecting all of us. Otherwise, we would have met in our big stadium and we would have had a good gathering and we can listen to all the speeches directly. So good afternoon, everyone. We would like to start this event with a video of Geetam. That was our beautiful college Geetam deemed to be university. Good afternoon, everyone. Trust you are well and safe. Welcome to the much awaited grand finale of SmartIDEAthon 2021. We are so excited to have you all here for the grand finale. I am Shravya Vasireddy, Coach, Venture Development Center, Geetam. Geetam was founded in 1980 by an inspired group of eminent intellectuals and industrialists of Andhra Pradesh, led by Dr. MVVS Mutigaru, former Member of Parliament and popular philanthropist. Venture Development Center. Venture Development Center is an institute in Geetam that is established to support the entrepreneurial activities on the campus. This institute is established to help student communities through their entrepreneurial journey. Geetam, being a multidisciplinary institution, provides a holistic support system to student communities that are working on diverse set of ideas. In the pursuit of creating the entrepreneurial ecosystem, Geetam has partnered with Northeastern University, Boston. Here at VDC, we incubate ideas through a tried and tested framework of NU Idea Stage Gate process. Ideas that go through this process receive mentorship support from our senior resources in VDC. SmartIDEAthon. SmartIDEAthon is a business idea pitching event conducted by Geetam Venture Development Center every year to create a common platform for the student communities across the country to come and pitch their ideas. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for being here. Now, without further ado, let me introduce you to the guests of the evening. I would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor K. Sivaramakrishna Garu. Professor Sivaramakrishna has over 33 years of experience in teaching, research, and administration. He has authored 12 books and numerous scholarly articles, and initiated several innovative management courses and signing of MOUs with renowned international universities. Professor Sivaramakrishna received the prestigious National Institution Award in 2015. He was honored by Divang Mehta National Education Foundation with an Educational Leadership Award in 2017. Honorable Vice Chancellor,
very good morning and good afternoon to all of you. There is a good morning for the people, those who are attending from other part of the world, particularly from the Boston. And Shravya, can I say a few words on this note, or otherwise do you have any other way of program?
no sir, yes sir, please you can say.
Yeah, hearty welcome, and our Honorable President, MC Bharat Garu, and my colleagues, Pro-Vice Chancellors, and Mac Mayor. Again, I'm very happy to see him back after 2 years. I met him in his office. We had a good time. And Greg Collier, same in case of Greg Collier, he came twice, I think thrice, to the Visakhapatnam and had a good interaction with the faculty, students, and organized faculty development program. And Krish, Chief Innovation Officer, my colleagues, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor D.S. Rao Garu and Jayasankar Warrior Garu, and the judges, today's mega event and the finale, Piyush Verma and Praveen D and Samir Desai and Suresh Garg. I welcome all of you for this Geetham deemed to be university, particularly for this event, SmartIDEAthon 2021. I think it's a final round is going to happen. It's a very exciting to the people, those who have come to the final thing. And I need not emphasize that the need of entrepreneurship, the importance of entrepreneurship. The human society has evolved and reached to this stage because of the contribution of the entrepreneurs. That's what I strongly believe. And their ideas have added value to the human life and changed the shape of the societies, human societies. And that's a continuous journey. There is no end for it. And entrepreneurs always will find the scenarios and the problems around them and come out with the solutions and maybe value addition to the human life. That's how their contribution is being recognized, and that's how they are being given a good strata in the society across the globe. Entrepreneurs are rated or otherwise recognized as one of the important contributors for the human society development in respect of the quality of the life. What we are all enjoying is because of entrepreneurs. That's how we always recognize their contribution and their value to the society. So when it comes to this SmartIDEAthon, definitely will bring a lot of ecosystem and maybe give a platform to the students or the coming generation. And as we all strongly believe, every human being have a creative thinking, but the levels of this creativity may vary. But when you give an opportunity to this creativity, it will convert into an idea will convert into an entrepreneurship. Now, maybe in a different form, we are talking about startups and all that. So the process of entrepreneurship need not be the same as the changes have happened in all walks of life. Now a different form of entrepreneurship has evolved across the globe. That's what we are calling it as a startup. And these startups environment, the ecosystem, and the understanding about this for the young generation is very much required. Otherwise, their ideas and their creativity may not be really, will come out and convert into a good product or a service which will enhance the quality of life of every one of us. That's how worldwide people are taking this as a lead in every higher education institutes. Even it's going to the next level, next lower level also, because the creativity may be there from the childhood onwards. So from there onwards, how to nurture this, how to make use of that and convert as a good product and service. That's what world is thinking towards that. Academic institutions have to work and do something to create such an environment to the young generation, those who are pursuing different faculties. There is no bar for any discipline. This creativity will be there in everybody in every profession. That's what, again, in Geetham, there is an advantage of having a multidisciplinary environment. There, people can exchange and interact and come out with mixed ideas. That's a better ecosystem or environment for coming out with a different ideas. And the idea at that level, if you won't handhold and support, it will die there itself. But if you support and create an ecosystem, it may slowly come into a stage of maybe a product or a service. It's not so easy as just I mentioned, but there are different phases. That's what students are undergoing and they are coming to know. And as an academicians, this is our responsibility to bring them an awareness and give them a process and give them a step-by-step understanding so that they will develop a confidence. Yes, I can convert my idea into a good startup or a good enterprise. That's how our responsibility is there. So as a part of that, Geetham has taken a lead to sign an MOU with NU and to handhold us, because they have been doing this job last maybe 2 decades, and they have come to a certain stage where they developed a model. Instead of making a trial and error again, the model, the successful model, if you adopt, that can give results from there onwards. That's how we signed an MOU and to help us to create an environment of ecosystem for startups in the university. That's how the relationship was started 2 years back, and now it's taking a shape. We hope this will yield a better results. And when it comes to the participants, let me congratulate all of you, those who have participated. Participation itself is a great winning. From there, maybe different levels the people will move. I think the people have come to this particular stage. Really, you would have done a good job, and you deserve big applause. And with this note, I wish you all the best. I thank all the people, those who are there with the support of the SmartIDEAthon. This type of events will create an awareness and also an environment for the young generation to come up with this startup culture and startup activities. With this, I thank all of you for giving me an opportunity. I'm happy to be here in the SmartIDEAthon finale. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor. We are also equally happy to have you here. And now let me introduce you to our Honorable President, Mr. M. Sri Bharat. Our President, Mr. M. Sri Bharat, holds an undergraduate degree from Purdue University and a PG degree from Stanford University. He has a grand vision of taking the Geetham to the top 100 global universities. And a key element of this vision is the immense support he has given to the VDC to create an environment where students can develop their entrepreneurial energies and help solve real-world problems which can positively impact our society. Mr. Bharat currently serves as board member of TAI Amravati and board member and learning chair of Entrepreneurs Organization, Andhra Pradesh. He is an active member in Hyderabad Angels and Andhra Angels. He is an investor in and advisor of a select group of promising startups. He is deeply passionate about entrepreneurial ventures, especially in the renewable energy, sustainable growth, and waste management solution space. Mr. President, we would like to hear a few words from you.
Thanks, Shravya. Good morning to our friends from Northeastern, and thank you to all the judges who have agreed to be here with us. Congratulations to all the participants, entrepreneurs who have bid and have been selected. Shravya, have you selected 16 ideas for this competition today?
Just before this competition, we had a pre-finale. From there, we have filtered 16 to 8. So now we have 8 teams who are going to grand finale.
Okay, got it. 1 second, this is alarm going off. It's going to be irritating. I'll just... My apologies. Otherwise, that noise would have been there throughout my recording. So I have to switch it off. Yeah. So I just want to share a journey of my family and a recent inspiration for something that I've seen. It's actually a movie. So the story of entrepreneurship in my family is I come from two grandfathers who both have come from lower middle class farmer families, and both of them grew up in a single parent household, and both of them dreamt big that I should go beyond where I come from. And the first thing they did was to chase a good education, which I think they had the good fortune of doing. One was an engineer, another a lawyer. And both of them decided that they want to get into entrepreneurship. In fact, one of the story that my mother's father told me, and I hope it's not an offense to the audience here, because I have many of you who have chosen to be in education. So the story here is that when he graduated from NIT Warangal as the first batch, this was in 64, I think. And the option then that he had was, should he get a job right after school, or should he go to Germany? There was an opportunity to go do a master's there. And then he compared himself with the faculty at NIT Warangal who had gone to Germany and had come back. And the difference between a person who did an undergrad education in India versus the one who went to Germany was he was making 40 rupees more per month. And my granddad was like, I'm not going to spend tens of thousands and go to Germany, get study there, come back for a 40 rupee hike in my job. So I think it's better I just get into entrepreneurship. And but at the time that he got into entrepreneurship, I don't think it was as much of innovation, but rather access to capital and hard work. And he saw opportunities around where he was growing up in terms of infrastructure projects. And he took a debt from his sisters and the villages that they lived in. And he failed the first time. So he had two older sisters. The first sister's village ran out of money. And then he was not sure whether he wanted to continue. And then he went to the second sister, and she took money from her husband and their village. And this time around, he became successful. And he never looked back. He's educated as an electrical engineer, but he became a civil contractor. And he was in that business for full-time for 24 years before he got into elected politics. And he became a member of parliament in Andhra Pradesh. Why I'm telling this story and why I've remembered it is I've recently seen a movie called Akasham Ni Hadura. It's in Hindi, it's called Udan. It's the story of Air Deccan and Captain Gopinath, who quit as an Air Force pilot and established a low-cost airline with the vision that people who don't otherwise have access to flying from villages, people who can't afford commercial airlines, given the prices at that time, should have access. So he came up with very interesting offers of traveling for 1 rupee from one city to another. And there was a lot of innovation in what he did. Watching the movie was obviously extremely inspiring, but also quite frustrating in seeing the kind of challenges that he faced. There are a lot of challenges that we face in building a good team, getting a good product market fit, getting the customer's willingness to pay. But his challenges went beyond that. It was regulators, it was competition in the market who didn't want him to enter. And I think it's a great learning for you entrepreneurs who are here, who have some great ideas coming from many different parts of the country, IITs, IIMs, Geetham. So there's some learnings that obviously you learn vicariously through others and some that you learn through your own journey. I really appreciate, like the Vice Chancellor has said, that you have all come forward and applied, you've participated in the process. And so that's the first step. But it's a very long journey and it requires a lot of resolve. Because when you see that movie, Captain Gopinath, so he, at every step, it's like he's going to give up. It's a challenge that is insurmountable. And he still keeps powering through. So that was really inspiring. And I think in the country that we are in today, I think the opportunities that existed maybe 50 years ago don't exist anymore. Access to capital alone is not sufficient because there's always going to be someone who has more money than you. There's going to be a Reliance or a Adani. But today, innovation is the name of the game. So innovation again comes in two forms. One is you create something new that didn't otherwise exist anywhere else, or rather you copy something that's worked well in some other part of the country or the world, and you bring it to your country or your state. I think both things work, and there are successful models of both in our country. And today, I think at Geetham, we have a student base of 23,000 students. And the expectation of parents and students when they come to us is that at the end of the journey that we will give them a job. I think if that expectation persists, then I don't think we will be solving the problems because we have non-linear problems coming up in the future. I mean, there's a news article that I've seen recently that the IT industry is going to cut 3 million jobs in the IT sector in the next few years. And a majority of the jobs that come through Geetham are in the IT industry. So that's concerning to us. And I'm sure that's concerning to young students. So I think the work that you do, the ideas that you sort of bring to life will employ the future generations of the country. A close friend of mine is an entrepreneur. We went to Stanford together. He's worked in Apple for a few years, came out, started a company called Apna. It's like the LinkedIn for the blue collar workforce who don't have access to building a resume, a high quality device. And Apna has now raised $70 million in their round 2 at a valuation of $560 million. And this is all in 19 months. So if you have the right idea, the right team, and you really work hard, sky is the limit. And I think this is an example of that. And it's not like he had huge access to capital or he knew somebody who was willing to fund him. This is completely dependent on the work that he's done as an individual and the team that he has worked with. So I would like you to sort of take what I have shared so far, and obviously we'll have other inputs coming from our faculty, from our partners at Northeastern, from our judges. I wish you all the best of luck. May the best idea and best team win. And and another thing here, it's not as much of the idea, but it's also the quality of the team. Because sometimes I think when you're judging people, is the ability for the team to pivot, because the idea may not remain as it is today. It may change based on the market needs. But as a team, are you capable of pivoting? Are you learning? Do you have a growth mindset? Are you listening to the feedback that you're getting from the market, from the consumers? So taking these into consideration, wish you all the best of luck. And thank you for all the stakeholders who made this event happen. And thank you to all the participants who've bid to be a part of this competition. And on a selfish note, I hope that a Geetham startup is there in the last 8 and wins the competition. But that's not to say that this is biased. By the way, we haven't told any judges to select the Geetham startup, right? So the judges can maybe attest to that at a later point. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President. Thanks for sharing those stories because they kind of inspire us as well. Thank you so much. Now I would like to introduce Mark Meyer. Dr. Meyer is the foundation of Diamore McKim School of Business, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Group and co-director of the Center for Entrepreneurship Education, which combines education, incubation, and launch into a single experiential learning system for undergraduate and graduate students from across the university as well as alumni. Professor Meyer was co-founder of VentureCom, a leader in real-time process control and automation software. He has also been part of the startup teams for Phase 2 Software Corporation and Intervista Software and Centillion. He has consulted in a number of industries in the area of new product strategy and platform management with companies that include IBM, McKinsey, P&G, Mars Incorporated, and BAE Systems. He has also taken a leadership role in developing new methods for teaching entrepreneurship and has helped numerous students to start their own ventures. He is also the co-author of the textbook Venture Discovery, which is being used in Geetham. It is a privilege to have you here. Over to you, Professor Mark.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank our hosts at Geetham, both the president, who I haven't met yet, but hope to meet soon, and also VC, who I feel is a friend now for several years, and we're on a great journey together. The last time I spoke with you folks, I told you about my own personal story I grew up in a middle income family, and I really was good at soccer, and I actually went to Harvard on a soccer scholarship, and then had the great fortune actually to break my leg. Now, for many of you, that would have been a misfortune, but for me, it made me realize that I would never be a professional soccer player. So then I started working, and one of my jobs was to program computers without any training. I was good at it, and I went to MIT. And then life is like a river. It's not a straight line. You're going down a river, and you have to be flexible and see where it takes you. And then I was at MIT for a bit, and I took a class in entrepreneurship. And this individual, who I cannot name, he's actually rather famous. He was a terrible professor. He was a terrible professor. He drove us all nuts, so much so that most of us wanted to drop out of the course. And I happened to do that with some friends to start a company to do entrepreneurship. And we started a company, that first one, and we made every mistake in the book. And then when I got to, and we were still successful, but when I got to Northeastern, about 7 or 8 years later, I said to myself, we've got to make a system where young people do not drop out of school to start their companies. We should teach them entrepreneurship, let them build their prototypes in their labs or on their computers with the university support to test everything out. And then once they graduate, they can actually launch a company that has a real chance of being successful. Or otherwise, they have the best thing on their resume that's beyond any particular course. And so that was the motivation behind IDEA, which we created. And that's what now Geetham has put as part of its institutional process for what we call experiential entrepreneurship education. There's nothing like it. To not drop out of school and start a company was my first message last time I spoke to Geetham. And then I also said that you folks have this natural advantage, is that you know how to work hard, and you're in the middle of a marketplace which needs clever solutions for people that don't necessarily have a lot of money to spend on those solutions. And so you can develop a new class of products and services really that the majority of the world needs. And that's your natural advantage as entrepreneurs, just much like your president talked about a resume builder in LinkedIn for blue collar workers. You're in the best position to make something like that. Now, the additional message that I want to leave you with right now is also a personal story. And I say this, tell you this story with a with a sense of understanding the position that you're in. As young entrepreneurs, you are trying to sell. This whole competition is about selling your idea to the judges here, and later on to selling to customers. And I just want to give you the message that, yes, we're always selling, but sell with absolute honesty and belief in that what you have created provides tremendous value to your customer. And if you're not really sure about it yet, work harder to really refine it so that it is indeed the best solution, so that in your gut, as well as inside your mind, you know that you're providing tremendous value to your customer, better than anybody else in the world, that it's a world-class product because it does things much, much better than what's out there today. And that takes dedication, like what your president says. It takes work. It takes real effort. But when you get there, you're no longer selling, you're on a journey, and your customers become part of your journey. They're just not customers. And your investors, like the investors in the blue collar LinkedIn, they're investors, yes, but they're really partners in the journey going down the river. The people that you hire, they come to work not for a paycheck, they come to work because they're part of that journey plus a paycheck. It makes all the difference in the world. I'll give you one quick story, and I hope I don't embarrass my colleague, Greg Collier, but I embarrass him all the time, so I'll tell the story anyways. Greg, before becoming a professor, was the head of sales for Asia for one of the largest and best computer companies in the whole world called Electronic Data Systems, which always sold truth and value and charged a lot for it, by the way, always a premium player. And they just really had to feel the best about the services and software that they provided to people. That's the culture of the company. I was a young entrepreneur in my first company, VentureCon. And I went to a trade show, and some gentlemen like Greg were walking around this trade show. And they're all former military, by the way. They all look like they're wearing backpacks underneath their shirts, all former Marines and Navy SEALs and whatnot. And Greg can affirm this, tough people. And they came up to our booth, and we were selling our real-time Unix software, and we had a database system, very fast. And they said, we hear that you're a straight shooter, Mark. We'd like you to look at this spec. It's for a $500 million bid. I could not imagine that much money. And we are going after this bid with a federal agency, and some people have written this spec, and we'd like you to tell us if it can actually be done. And it was to integrate, Greg, 3,000 mini computers with 15,000 microcomputers to basically consolidate databases in spreadsheets, and it all had to happen within 30 minutes over the old internet. And I went through this thing and I said, gentlemen, I hope you're not going after this project, because whoever tells you they can do it is just not telling you the truth. It can't be done. Can't be done. Well, it's funny. We went to all the big database companies, and they said no problem, they can do it. I said, well, of course they're going to say that, and I'm glad. Go work with them, but not with us, because we don't want to do something that we know cannot be done. We're young and we'll be in business forever, and life is long. And so the head of the unit at EDS said, and Greg knows him, tough guy, said, well, thank you for your honesty, Mark. We'd like you to come to Washington, D.C. and tell our bosses that, because they're not going to believe it, that we're going to walk away from this bid that can't be done. So I go to D.C. and I go in front of like 30 people, and I said, it can't be done. And this is the reasons why. I gave a lecture why this work cannot be done. I was being honest. And then the fellows took me out to dinner that night, and they said, thank you for being honest. Come back one more time. We have another boss who want to tell you this the same story for. So I came back the next morning before flying home, and I got up in front of 30 people, and Ed, the boss, said, Mark has come back again, and we're delighted to tell you that Mark is actually going to do this project for us in classic EDS fashion. And I was flabbergasted, and now he said to everybody else, he says, now I'm going to take him to the next room, and we're going to tell him why he's going to do it the other way around. And they took me in the other room, and I thought these military guys were going to beat me into submission physically, Greg, but they said, you know, Mark, we've talked to everybody in the industry. Nobody's been honest. You're the only one who's been straight with us. And if we don't win it, at least we're going to give it a really good shot. We'd like you to be our partner. And if it works, you're going to be our partner forever. And why don't you give it a shot? And Greg, they kept on raising the price for us, and I still wouldn't do it. And then they got my two other partners on the phone and said the same price. And after about 30 seconds, they all said, don't listen to Mark. We're going to do this project. Mark, you're going to go figure it out, and going to move down to Dallas and make it work with, you know, some of our best people. And And so we did it, and the project actually worked, and EDS got its $500 million contract, and we got a nice chunk of that and made our company. But none of it would have happened. None of it would have happened had I not been honest and really meant it. And that is what differentiated us from everybody else. So even though you entrepreneurs are in the process of here to pitch, you're selling a vision and idea. My message to you is sell it with conviction, but be honest about it. And if you need to do extra work to make it even better, to really be that world-class solution, you tell your investors exactly what you need to do, and they will respect you for that. And that will differentiate you from any other people saying the same sort of thing, trying to get the same sort of money. And your big customers, like Greg used to be for me, isn't that funny, Greg? You were my big customer. Look at us now. That's what he respects as well. People who are honest about the work that needs to be done and what it will take to get there. So that's my message to you folks. I wish I could meet you and see you face to face. But I imagine that, you know, for a number of you right now, from this evening, from today, this is going to be a launching pad for a real company. So you just don't want to have a company. You just don't want to raise money. You want to have a great company. And the key to that, honestly, is to deliver the most value for your target customers better than anybody else. And that means being honest with yourself and being honest with them. And then again, they're not customers, they're part of your team. So that is what I wanted to say to you. And sorry if it was a little bit long-winded, but it brings a smile to my face, because when you provide real value out of your own creativity, there's nothing more satisfying than that, than anything else you can do in life. So good luck to you, you people who are contestants. As far as I am concerned, you're already all winners. So good luck to everybody, and I hope to see you folks in the future. Okay, so Greg, do you want to follow up and tell some old stories about me? But you're welcome to do that. But thank you very much, Shravya, and very good.
Thank you, Mark. We really love to hear your stories because you always add this fun element to your stories. And they're very inspirational because they're so real time. Thank you so much. And now comes the exciting part. So as we all know, we are here to witness the finals of SmartIDEAthon 2021 competition. It has been a long journey where we had 252 applications from 90 different institutes representing 17 states of India, out of which 32 teams got selected to the semi-finals, and 16 teams competed in the pre-finals, and 8 teams would be competing now in the grand finale. To all the teams who participated in the SmartIDEAthon, hearty congratulations. And all the best to the grand finale teams. To judge these extremely impressive panelists, here is our eminent jury. Professor Gregory Collier is a seasoned business development executive and professor of practice at Northeastern University. His focus is corporate innovation, business model innovation, and corporate and entrepreneurial sales strategy. He is the director of international programs for the Northeastern University Center for Entrepreneurship Education and leads Northeastern's expanding ecosystem development efforts in India and China. Thank you for joining us today, Greg. Piyush Verma. Mr. Piyush Verma is a Tata Fellow and graduate from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, USA. His venture, Manush Labs, is on a mission to bridge the gap between the international entrepreneurship and investor community and entrepreneurs of India. He is the founding head of the MIA India initiative. Their flagship event was the largest social innovation conference in India. Thanks for joining us today, Mr. Piyush. Mr. Praveen Dorna. Mr. Praveen Dorna is a co-founder of Socio Hub. He is currently working on an all-in-one community management SaaS platform. He previously worked on a discovery and engagement platform from bringing the Indian startup ecosystem together. He has an MBA in entrepreneurship from Babson College, which is a world leader in the space of entrepreneurship. With a diverse background spanning Deloitte Consulting, a premier robotics education provider, and in the nonprofit educational space. We welcome you, Mr. Praveen Dorna. Samir Desai. Mr. Samir is a results-oriented entrepreneurial global business leader with a successful track record in growing brands and businesses into profitable market leadership positions. Over the last 25 years, he held roles spanning commercial, marketing, innovation, and new market entry strategy development across FMCG, OTC, pharma, foods, dermocosmetic and nutrition categories while being actively involved in M&A and integration of acquired businesses. Mr. Samir Desai is also a renowned speaker at various international conferences and served as head of jury for various advertising awards, including the Effies. It's a pleasure to have you, Mr. Samir. Suresh Garg. Mr. Suresh Garg is the founder of Xeon Life Sciences. He has more than 30 years of experience in the field of healthcare, nutraceuticals, pharma, nutrition, and dairy products. He was a recipient of the National Award for Leadership in Quality Products awarded by Honorable President Mr. Shankar Dayal Sharma in the year 1994. We welcome you here, sir. These are our distinguished panelists who would be judging our grand finale participants. Thank you so much for gracing our event. Now we would be announcing the teams who have cleared our pre-grand finale and are entering into the grand finale. I'm sure all the teams are very excited and waiting for this announcement. I am very excited.
Thank you, Shravya. So I'll take over from here from Shravya. One small announcement is, unfortunately, due to a personal exigency, Piyush Verma has not been able to make it. We just got a message. So with that, we are moving to the final shortlist, right? Like Shravya said, we started this journey with about 250 plus teams, pan-India, more than close to 800 students. And here is the list of the top 8 teams who have made it to the finals. So I'm going to read out the names in the order of the presentation. It's not an order of the scoring. So it's in the order in which they are going to present in the grand finale, right? So the first team is team.
Ashutosh, can you speak up a little bit?
Sure.
The voice is rather low.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is it better now?
No, Ashutosh. I think you'll have to speak a little closer to the system.
Okay. Sorry about that. I hope this is better now.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So the first team that's going to present today is going to be Team BlissCare. They are from GHRCE Nagpur. Team number 2 in the order of presentation is Madhubani Motives from SIBM Pune. Team 3 is going to be Team Arpan from Shriram College of Commerce, New Delhi. Team number 4 is eText Healthcare from IIT Delhi. Team number 5 is Chimney from Goa Institute of Management, Goa. And team number 6 is ROSAI from Geetham Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. Team number 7 is going to be short-term prediction of MBA, again from Geetham Institute of Medical Science and Research. Team number 8 is going to be eSathi from IIT Kharagpur. So these are the teams, and this is the order of presentation. So now we'll be just moving on with the presentation round. My request to the judges is that can you please confirm once you have access to the scoring sheet? You are able to open the scoring sheet?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so sir, we'll have just about 2 minutes of transition time. The team is just pulling up these respective teams into the panel. So just allow us 2 minutes here to get the teams pulled into the panel, and we'll be starting the pitching right away. And in the meantime, I'll also introduce Devlina. Devlina is a part of VDC Visa. She is going to be the timekeeper for the event. Welcome, Devlina.
Thank you, Ashutosh.
Yeah, so judges, allow me, I'll just go on mute. Let me just quickly pull up the first team, Team BlissCare, over here into the panel. Team BlissCare.
Yeah, hi everyone. Hope I'm audible. I'm Chinmay from Team BlissCare.
Yes, welcome Chinmay. So Chinmay, if you can please share your presentation.
Yeah, sure. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, we can see your screen. You can put it into the presentation mode. And Deblina, as soon as Deblina gives a thumbs up, you can start with the presentation. How we are going to do it is you have got 8 minutes for completing your presentation, which will be followed by 10 minutes of Q&A and feedback from the judging panel.
Sure, sure, noted.
So Chinmay, you can start now. You have 8 minutes to complete, and at 6 minutes, I'll give you a quick heads up.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, you can start now.
Thank you. 286 million. That's the number of visually impaired people over the globe who cannot see this beautiful world and are deprived of a basic education, which is a basic human right. We are here to solve this problem, and we are Bliss Care. That stands for Blind Students Care. Now, what is the problem that we are trying to solve? There are 63 million visually impaired people in India. Of this, only 5% get any sort of education due to lack of a braille literacy. Now, why this happens? Because the production of a braille formatted book is very expensive and can go up to 40 to 50 INR per page. So consider if they want to read a book of merely 100 pages, it is costing them more than 4,000 to 5,000 INR, which is not at all affordable. And at the same time, a favorite Harry Potter book, which we used to read in our childhood, is costing us at only 270 INR, and the same is costing visually impaired in a braille format at around 5,500 INR. So that's the difference between our resources and visually impaired resources. And at the same time, the braille printer, specifically being used in the blind institutes, blind association, NGOs, etc., is costing 2.5 lakhs, and it needs maintenance every 3 months of about 2,000 INR. So that is how the expensive the maintenance of their resources are as well. Now, because of this reason, what happens is the content available to them is very limited, and they have to be adapted manually. So that's the problem. And second, the accessibility to online and offline content to them is negligible almost. So they cannot have access to online and offline content, the millions of content that is available, like we have the privilege of reading. Now, this is the extent of a problem. Like in India, there is only 5% literacy for the visually impaired. Same is the case over the globe. Like their literacy rate is abysmal. And what is the scariest part? That this number is going to triple in the coming years. So that is the reason that there is a need for solution. Now we present a solution. Solution is in a form of a device, basically a braille display system, or you can call it as a braille tablet. Now this tablet is different from our tablet that we use because this surface has a holes on it and the beads bulges out at a real time so that a blind individual can touch, feel and understand whatever is replicated on the same. So at a real time they can understand any text, image, or at the same time any navigation from one place to another in a form of a map. Now you must be thinking like, how can we guide them with this particular device as well? So we got it covered with a haptic feedback mechanism, which is based on special vibration waveform, which guides the visual impaired through any pattern they want to go on. Now, if they want to need any voice-based support in the same as well, we got it covered with a talkback mechanism, which listens to the visually impaired users and guides them through the pattern itself and does whatever the required for the visually impaired. Now, with this particular device, we provide them with the unlimited content that is available online and offline. That to adapt and update in a grade 1 and grade 2 braille. Now grade 1 and grade 2 replicates to two variants of a braille module that varies in accordance to multivariate languages. So we support multiple languages with a single solution. Now this is a prototype of a visually impaired trying to understand the character that has been created. So she's trying to feel it by a finger, and it's a touch-based mechanism and a feel-based mechanism that we present with this particular solution. Now, we are currently in the prototype stage and specifically MVP stage, which has been tested and validated, and we are further validating and testing it as well. And on the right hand side, you can see a beads getting buzzed out and a blind individual trying to feel it. So this is to show you how they feel it and they try to understand it with the help of bulge out mechanics that we present for our solution. Now, what is the key aspect of our technology or the USP? Our maintenance cost is 25 times less in comparison to competitors. We have a unique bulge out mechanism that is 3 times cost efficient and that can be scaled up quickly. Most important part, the intellectual property, the barrier to entry. We have 2 patents on the same. One is a process patent, second is a design patent on the same. Now, this is the market. Total available market is 286 plus million users, that is divided over the globe. Serviceable available market is 63 plus million users, that is divided over India. Serviceable obtainable market is, we are starting with 3 plus million users, that is divided regionally over India, starting with West Bengal, Odisha, Maharashtra. These are the 3 regions that we are starting because it has the highest number of visually impaired there, and their government is more supportive in supporting them as well. So we are starting with a B2B market in a form of blind institutes, blind lift associations, government agencies, and the big MNCs which has a disabled quota for them. Now this is a go-to-market strategy. Direct approach with a product demo as we are bringing something new into the market. So this is how we are going to start. Approaching government agencies, blind institutes, and designated officers with a product demo directly to them. Second, launching MVP containing open source content for the visually impaired. Third, forming a community. This is the most important part, the BlissCare community, where one visually impaired people can communicate with another visually impaired. They can learn from each other. They can share each other's work. And this is how we are going to spread our marketing words through this community as well. So this will be done in a form of meets, awareness drives, seminars, and demos that will be held regularly. And the channels that we are going to use is radio and audio promotion, NGOs, media outlets, social and welfare forums. Now, this is a competitor landscape. University of Michigan, Braille, Project Mudra, BrailleMe, and BlightTap are the major competitor for us. But in comparison to them, we provide full-fledged tablet device. That is, we can replicate whole page at a real time. And we can replicate any image as well, which our competitor cannot do. So our competitor can replicate 3 to 4 lines, but in comparison to them, we can replicate 15 lines at a real time. So that's the difference. Second, we provide learn Braille features. So basically, this means we make them independent in reading, writing, and understanding Braille by themselves. So they don't need to be dependent on anyone else for their education itself. Third, we provide adapted content, like any content available online and offline will be available to them at a real time. For instance, if they want to read Wikipedia, they can read at a real time. So this is what we bring in with our innovation. And at the same time, our maintenance and pricing is also way low in comparison to competitors. Yes, we do have indirect competitor in a form of audio-based device, but it has a major loophole because this device cannot be used for the analytical, logical, and quantitative related aspect, only for English, learning English, and for understanding any articles or social sciences, maximum that. So that's the reason it is not being used in the institute. We actually went to institutes and understood this concept because we failed with this audio-based device initially, and we came up with this particular solution that we are presenting today.
Chinmay, sorry to interrupt, but you have 2 more minutes to go.
Sure, thank you. This is a revenue model. 1 unit cost for a device is 10,000 INR, on which we have a profit margin of 4,000 INR. And attachable module like Braille keyboard is available from 300 to 500 INR. Next is we create an interactive content for the visually impaired, and this subscription is available from 500 to 1,500 INR per quarter. This is the financial analysis. Initial one-time investment for setting up whole manufacturing unit is 1.8 to 1.85 CR. But this won't be required for the first 5 years because we will be going on with a contract manufacturing basis for the initial time. And for the same initial investment, if we want to go into the market now, so it is 10 lakh for marketing purpose and demonstration purpose, and to make a few initial products to be given to the visually impaired institutes and individuals. And monthly cash burn is expected at 9 to 10 lakhs. Break even is estimated in 2 years, 3 months. And this is a break-even analysis of the same. So we'll be starting with the year 2 itself, and with this, total revenue is expected to increase by 61% and gross margin by 57% per year. This is my team. My name is Chinmay Naik. I'm specifically working in the hardware domain and leading the team. Nikita Kumari, she is the most important character because of the simple reason. She is the one who understands the customer, who empathizes with them, and who spends her time with visually impaired users itself. So she is the one who does the research and development for the team with the help of as she has spent a lot of time between them, and she is already also spending a time as well, and she is taking care of all the business aspect for our team. Third is Abhilash Dakni is taking care of all the technical aspect around the tablet itself, and he is the lead for the same. We have a support team as well as advisors and medical advisors specifically for the touch-based mechanism that we present. This is a testimonial. So he's a Sanjay Mule. He's the brother of one of a co-founder himself. So we saw him grew as a visually impaired from the childhood itself. So we saw him struggling. So he is a primary individual to whom we went for the testimonial, and it's a testimonial for this. This is a testimonial from 2 of the teachers from Mitra Jyoti NGO and Rakum School to specifically get feedbacks, suggestions on the aspect we are working on and how they are educating them. So this is some of the things that we took it in the testimonial. This is the most important part, the testing and validation. We tested and validated our approaches. Sure. Supports, highlights, glimpses. Thank you.
Thank you, Chinmay. If you can please stop sharing your screen. Yeah. So I'll invite the judges. What we have done is to streamline the process. We have created an order over here. So the order in which I'll be inviting the judges is Mr. Samir Desai, Mr. Praveen Dorna, Mr. Greg, and then Mr. Suresh. So Mr. Samir, over to you for the questions.
Yep. Thanks a lot. I really loved the passion and love the technology that you've developed. Meets a great need in the market. Question is for me in terms of from a team point of view, you've got a team that's extremely technical right now. As you go into the next phase, your key challenge is going to be in terms of marketing and sales.
Right.
And reaching out. So what's your plans in terms of team development there, and how do you plan to go about contacting these organizations?
Sure. Yes, sir. So Nikita is the one who is taking care of all the business development aspect, and within her, we have a members who are working as a marketing intern and as well as other sales interns as well. So they are the one who are connecting with the customers, clients, and all the acquisition strategy. Well, most important thing we prioritize is going to the institutes, taking feedbacks from them, and understanding the customer. And based on that, we are developing our strategies to sell it and market it. So we found out that as we are targeting visually impaired, so one of the most important thing in this is to give direct demonstration to the institutes itself. So we actually went there, and initial run has been good for us as we got a good feedback as well as we got a good traction as well.
Right. Okay. And the second question is in terms of pricing, as in that's such a critical part of it. You've got a great pricing right now, but it's very easy to underprice yourself in the market as well. And you've got to balance the entire social aspect versus actually the commercial aspect. So have you done any pricing analysis in terms of what is the sweet spot? Because 160 is great, but could you do 250? Because that again has huge impact on your bottom line as well.
Right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we did that as well. So actually, when we went to Blind Relief Association, that's Nagpur, so we found out that they were interested in this kind of digital product. So they bought one product that was replicating 2 lines, and it was it was basically a project from Pune. So it was 1.5 lakhs that was costing for 1 unit. And for this same, we are providing it only at 10,000 INR. So that's the difference. And our competitor as well is providing at 40,000, 70,000 respectively.
No, sorry, Chinmay, you misunderstood my question. I'm saying that it's very easy to actually underprice yourself.
Yeah.
You might be actually pricing yourself too low.
Right.
So you need to strike that right balance of is your current pricing too low? Can you go slightly higher and not actually impact the purchase intent? So that's something that you should evaluate.
Sure. Yes, sir. So we evaluated that as well. So what we have a patent on is basically we found out loophole in the current existing technologies and whatever other are using. So we have changed the pattern, how we are replicating. We changed that pattern in a form of a stack. So that is something we have a patent on, and that is why our pricing is also low. So our manufacturing and operational cost all involved is 5,849, and around 4,000 is a profit margin on the thing. Yes, we can increase it a bit, but yes, we have kept it to 10,000 as of now.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Praveen, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think there were great questions by Samir. So, Chinmay, first of all, really inspired by the work.
Thank you, sir.
Great problem. So, I have a couple of follow-up questions to Samir. Like, first and foremost, what are the challenges? Everything looks like a very streamlined presentation, right? Like, where exactly are you finding difficulties in getting things moving? Just wanted to understand the other side of things.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So actually, we found out problems in the same as well. So basically, we found out that there is a design-related problem that was having when we actually went to test out our product and we gave out to visually impaired. So what happened is they suggested us that we should have some design changes into the same, because on the left hand and right hand side of the product, they asked to give some grip kind of thing so that they can handle the product very easily and it don't fall off. So this is the suggestion we took in. We have worked on the same in the design aspect. Now, second, on the mechanical aspect. Now, one of the advisors, he asked us one of the important questions, like how can it not be affected by a dust? So what is your solution for the same? If dust gets fits into that mechanical aspect, what's your solution? So we thought on the same, we have researched a lot on the same. So we have come up with the alloy-based solution for the surface itself. So that is how we have removed this particular problem itself, and we are working more towards it as well. And something we are looking for funding as of that is some of the target.
So one thing I want to add, just like what Samir mentioned, is I think you're being a team which is very hardware centric, right? You guys are not exploring business aspects as much as you should.
Yes.
Right? I think I would definitely love to see that. The second question, like quick question, is: do you see yourself as a hardware player or a content player, right? Because the thing is, you can't be both subscription plus hardware, right? At this point of time. So
Yes,
based on that, your pricing, costing, everything would change. So
Yes,
just
right.
want to understand that.
Right. Yes. So we see ourselves as a product individuals, because subscription is something that wouldn't come into act in the first 3 to 5 years. It will be coming after that, when we actually have sold this product and it's into the retail market itself. Initially, we are not going for the retail aspect, but once after 3 years, when we are going for the retail aspects and the reach for this product increases, after that the subscription comes into act.
So just one suggestion before I move on. You can actually, if you really feel your product is a core thing, you can open source your content generation or be a marketplace for a lot of third-party players.
Right. Yes,
that
sir.
will really scale up usage of your device. All right. So yeah, I'm done. I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you.
Sure. Noted, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the feedback.
Over to Professor Greg.
Great, thank you. Very good job, as everyone has stated so far. Quickly, just a couple of comments. I believe you're confused a little bit between who your buyers and your users are. I think a direct sale to an institution has a cycle time. You didn't talk about cycle time and actually requirements at the institutional level. So I think the requirements at the institutional levels are going to be very different than the requirements for the individual users. I think your pricing, as was mentioned earlier, is probably on the low side. And if the institutions buy them, are they going to use them and loan them to their participants, their students, or whatever they might be? There's a lot of questions around the business buyer versus the individual consumer that I think need to be maybe thought through a little bit, as well as pricing. I also agree wholeheartedly, Praveen. This is a great opportunity. You're solving a very important problem. And I think there's a great opportunity to partner. And you didn't talk about partnering at all in this presentation, which I think is critical for adoption. And I think those partners can include government institutions and so on, who may subsidize some of the work as well and be another income source for you. So those are just some comments. Did you look at cycle time, how long it's going to take you to sell to one institution?
Yes. Right, sir. So we have estimated everything. So like about a partnership, yes, we are looking for partnership with big MNCs, which has a disabled quota in the same, and which are working in the CSR activity for the disabled individuals as well. Like for example, an Accenture, KPMG. So these are few of the like partners that we are looking for. One of them, we already had a conversation and we have been part of the event as well in a form of a KPMG. So they are the one who are guiding us in this particular aspect as well. And they helped us get some important connects. Second, yes, we do have partners in a form of a government agency. So NDA, like National Blind Leaf Association. So they are the one who take care of all the content and the education to the visual impaired that has been taken. So yes, we had a conversation with them and we pitched our overall idea to them, and they really liked us, liked the product that we are presenting. So this is how we started. And talking about to come into the market, yes, we actually found out that in every classroom there are around 25 to 30 students in per classroom. And likewise, we are initially trying in the first 2 years, we are trying to capture around 30 institutes. And for first institute to capture first institute from now, we are taking around 8 months as an estimation. So that is more about it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback, sir.
Thank you. With that, I invite Mr. Garg for his comments and feedback.
Yeah, good evening. So my question is, how much time will this take? Because this is just an idea at present, and converting into the commercial and the break-even point will take around 3 years. So this is the time when a lot of investment is required. So what is the project planning to invest the money into this?
Yeah, sure. So currently, sir, we are not in the idea stage. We are already in the prototype stage, and specifically MVP stage, as we have tested and validated our prototype as well. So yes, we are near to a final product. We are ready to near to final product, but yes, not into the final product as well. So to come into the final product, yes, we have estimated it around to capture the first mock session and everything. So we have estimated around 8 months from now. That is the estimation that took in. So 8 months is the time.
And how many person you have done the sampling of this project?
Yes, sir. So we did it with 32 individuals, specifically students who are the users for us. And talking about the customer, so we had one customer testing it as well. So he's a principal of Blind Relief Association who himself is a visually impaired, and he tested our product. And it was a nice session and a mock demo that went well. And he explained about how they are doing this education and how this can be beneficial to them. So yes, there are lots of testimonials that we have received from the teachers as well as users as well.
This is need some having the technology. So every age group do not know the technology. So
Yes.
how this technology will be used on the different ages?
Yes, yes, sure, sir. So consider I'm a visually impaired and I don't know how to use this technology. So we have inbuilt the haptic feedback mechanism, which is based on vibration, which guides the visual impaired through this pattern itself. Now, if you are still confused, if you want to talk your needs to the tablet itself, so you can do it with a talkback mechanism, which talks to you and understands your need and gives all the content on the screen itself. So that is how we made them easy for the visually impaired with this particular solution.
This will work up to what age? Because those who are the age of more than 50 years and not very known to the latest technology.
Right.
So how they will adopt this? How you have calculated your figures up to the age of more than 50 years will work.
Right. Yes. So only problem we find out with visually impaired who are like elderly visually impaired is carrying out this particular tablet. Rest everything it has been guided in the regional language. So consider I'm a visually impaired and I don't know how to understand English itself. So we have integrated and voice-based mechanism to the same in a form of like consider I'm a Bengali and I want it in the Bengali language. So it guides you in the Bengali language itself. Now I want to navigate from one place to another. This particular device does it for you itself. So that is a voice-based technology that we have integrated. Yes, obviously the handling of this product is something that will be difficult for the elderly individuals. So that is what we found.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Team Blitzcare. All the very best. And with that, we move on to the next team, which is Madhubani Motives. This is a team from SIBM Pune.
So Prachi, you can start now and you have 8 minutes, and at 6 minutes, I'll give you a small heads up.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Prachi Kern, and today I'm going to pitch about my venture, Madhubani Motives. First, I'll give you a brief introduction about my background, and then I will proceed towards my venture, Madhubani Motives. I belong to a family of traditional artists. For me, Mithila painting is like an inheritance. By the time I started to write, I started to paint as well. My grandmother was a state award winner for Mithila painting, and she is my biggest inspiration to start this venture, Madhubani Motives. Now, I'll give you a brief introduction about Madhubani Motives. Madhubani Motives is an art studio and an initiative to preserve and promote the rich and ancient art tradition of Mithila. Currently, there are 3 categories of product we are designing: textile, accessories, and decor, and everything is hand-painted. Now, I'll speak about the problem statement that I have observed in the society. While growing up, I observed that people of Madhubani are skilled with Mithila painting, but due to lack of opportunities, they are migrating towards cities in search of other jobs, and as a result, cities are getting overcrowded and the number of urban slums are also getting increased. Second problem is the middlemen. Middlemen are not getting sufficient amount to the artists what they deserve. Third one is what I observed that artisans are skilled with Mithila painting, but there is a gap there is a gap between the skills that artisans have and the modern aesthetics. Now, I'll speak about the solution statement. There are 2 rural artists working with Madhubani Motives currently, and we have a vision to establish a product development center in Madhubani so that we can provide employment to more number of rural artists. Via product development center, as I spoke, that there is a gap between what skills artisans have and the modern aesthetics. So via product development center, we are going to bridge the gap. We will be training them, we will be coaching them so that they can design better products. We will be working on the holistic development of artists. If the artist will design better products, it will increase the uptake of product in the market. And if the uptake of product will get increased in the market, artists will get better livelihood and lifestyle. So this is the solution statement. Now we will see that how it is going to help in the future. We all know that handicraft sector is the second largest employment generation sector after agriculture. And as per a research paper, there are 55% women associated with handicraft sector. So if you are going to promote Madhubani motifs, you are going to promote the concept of women empowerment. Second, we conducted a short survey. We have taken a data from census report, Government of India, and got to know that there are total 80 villages in Madhubani. And we have conducted this survey on just one village. And in one village, there are total 200 families. And in every family, there are 1 or 2 members who are artists. So in total, in just a single village, there are 300 to 400 people are artists. So it is a great number to create impact on lives of people and to start with. This is my product. So the picture you are seeing on the screen has been hand painted by Madhubani motifs. First one is fabric, second one is accessories, and third one is a painting, which is a home decor item. So the USP of my product is that everything is hand painted, unique, and unique the way it has been designed. My biggest USP is that there are 2 rural artists working with Madhubani motifs. One is a 25-year-old girl, second is a 45-year-old woman. During COVID-19, their husband lost their jobs and it became difficult for them to manage their house properly. But we kept them engaged throughout the time, and the money we gave them, it helped them to run their house properly. Mithila painting has got GI tag from the Government of India also. Now I speak about the target market. So I have my target customers are art connoisseur and art sensitive people, and we have categorized them into 3 categories. First one is corporate offices. So as per the Ministry of Corporate Affairs data, there are total 12 lakhs active corporate offices in India and total 16 lakhs hotels in India. Second one is non-resident Indian. They are the people who are not living in India, but they have some emotional connect for their country. So such customers will be my second target customer. My third customer is customer like you and me, or anyone who has who love to have handmade products or art products. So such kind of customers are my third category of target customer. Now I speak about my competitive analysis. So we have top 3 competitors are Fab India, Studio Moya, and Trove Craft India. So we all are into handicraft sector, but our core competency is different. Like the core competency of Madhubani motifs is hand painting, while others are into handwoven textile and handcrafting. We all have an online presence except Fab India, and Madhubani motifs has 22,000 followers on Instagram. Again, we have conducted a short survey here to know about the quality of work Madhubani motifs is providing to their customer. And we got 8/10 rating for the quality of work we are providing to our customer. Second one is my business model. So we have 4 different modes of business model. First one is online mode through Instagram and Facebook, where we are offering our products to our customers. Second one is offline exhibitions. Every year we connect some offline exhibitions to attend our offline customer base. We did exhibitions in various cities like Chennai, Bangalore, Delhi, etc. And in future, we will have brick and mortar stores. We will be collaborating with some reputed lifestyle stores also. And I am motivated with the cooperative model of Amul. So in future, when we will do the expansion of my business, I would like to incorporate that business model. This is my revenue model. So we have a markup revenue model where we decide the selling price of a product based on the time taken to design the product and the design chosen by our customer. Based on that, we decide the selling price of a product. Now I speak about implementation plan. So the picture you are seeing on the screen is the picture of artists, how they work with Madhubani motifs, how they are designing or creating the products. We are on Instagram, a family of 22,000 members. We are on Facebook, we are on Twitter, and we are a member of World Art Community Engrave.in. We have recently collaborated with Etsy.com and Hastkarga.com. Now, this is the achievements that we have received till date. So the picture on the left-hand side of the screen, this is a picture got published in Indian Express newspaper, and other pictures on the right-hand side of the screen. These are the pictures we have taken while doing exhibitions in various cities. This is Team Madhubani Motifs. My advisors are Shishu and Chetna. Shishu is an artist and designer at Madhubani Motifs. Chetna is an artist, a social media manager, and I am Prachi Karn, a student of SIBM Pune, handling sales, operation, and management at Madhubani Motifs. That's all from my side. Now I'm open for question and answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prachi. If you can just stop sharing the screen. And the order in which we'll be inviting the judges we'll start with Piyush Verma. Thank you so much. It's good to have you on the panel. And then we'll move on to Professor Greg, then Mr. Garg, Praveen, and Samir. Piyush, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ashutosh, and wonderful presentation, Prachi.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so I have a couple of questions. First is about your revenue model. So I would like to understand over the last few years, despite the pandemic, how were you able to continue your work, especially the offline work, and how are the cash flow numbers, and how are your revenue projections during that particular phase?
All right. So because of COVID-19, my offline mode of business model got hampered. We were not able to attend any exhibition, not even a single one. And because of that, my sales number also got impacted. Generally, being a student and handling Madhubani motifs, I'm able to generate 3.5 to 4 lakhs every year. But due to COVID-19, it got hampered, and I was able to achieve somewhere around 3 to 3.5 lakhs, 3 to 3.2 lakhs.
Okay, and it was all through online sales.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And what are your future projections? How do you want to scale this enterprise?
So after completing my education, I'll go back to Madhubani. I'll establish a product development center, and at the same time, this Madhubani motifs via Instagram or social media, it will be continuing. It will be a continuous process, and I'll establish a product development center, and from there, I'll be supplying my product to other places.
Okay, and where are you going to establish this product center, and what's your plan to achieve this target?
In Madhubani only. So to establish the product development center, I need one year after completing my education. So I'm living in that place. I'm from Madhubani only, and I'm going to establish the product development center in Madhubani itself.
Okay, sure. And do you have any progress till date for this center? Have you spoken to people about it, or have you started some work?
Yes, I have started it, but everything is informally now. So only 2 rural artists are working with us. Other than the Madhubani motifs, 2 more people are associated with us. And we are having a communication with more rural artists. And we have a vision by this year, we are going to employ 8 more rural artists. So we will be a member of 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to welcome other judges to ask questions.
Sure. Thank you, Piyush. Over to Professor Greg.
Yes, Prachi, very nice. I actually started a handbag business several years ago, which is launched and is doing very well. And so I admire this space. In fact, maybe someone can send me your link and I'll look to buy a couple of your products. Very, very interesting. I love the mission. The women empowerment is a great mission. I love the focus on local artists and enabling and sustaining the traditions of art. So I think one of the things that I would like to get an idea of, and I think for you, and it's tied a little bit to Mr. Verma's comment, is scale is very challenging in this space. So how you grow. And and one of the keys to growth with this kind of product category is brand. So what is your brand strategy? Can you define it quickly? Do you have a brand identity? And if you don't, it's okay, but I would focus a little bit on brand.
So my brand is Madhubani Motifs, and we design products. My theme is Mithila painting. So if you are looking for a authentic, genuine Mithila painting products, and it is a worldwide famous painting, so Madhubani Motifs is there to help you out.
Good. So I think it's going to be important, and you might want to think, and I'm not too familiar with that region. And so the question is, does that brand transfer across, state or regional borders, national borders, and even if you're looking at scaling globally, does that brand concept? And so that's going to be an important component of your scaling model. So I would think a little bit about that. I think the other thing I would like to probably see in a pitch like this would be, especially since you've got some traction already, which is great, customer acquisition costs. What are you experiencing currently with customer acquisition costs, and how are those going, and what do you think your trend for that is? Both customer acquisition costs and lifetime value. Are your customers buying one product, multiple products, repeat customers? Do you have any history of that at this point?
Yes, sir. Actually, customers are buying different kind of products, but in this pandemic, they are more focused towards fabric. So we are getting more orders for saris and other dresses. But when COVID was not there, accessories and decor thing were also doing well.
Yeah, good. So I would look at some of the financial metrics, because as you grow, the cost of getting these customers, it gets a little harder as you're scaling, and it gets a bit more expensive, especially if you're relying on online as your primary strategy. I do like the idea of an omni-channel approach that you're using both on the ground and online. So I would definitely continue to do that. A nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Mr. Suresh Garg.
Yeah, this is a fantastic idea, but it's very competitive because the young generation has a lot of interest in art. So if we'll see in every family, the young generation takes the interest in painting, different type of arts. So how this is different than others?
This is different than others because it is a theme-based painting. It is based on a particular region. And in Madhubani region, if you will see the data, like almost 80% people, their livelihood is dependent on this art form only. So scalability will be a bit challenging because I have to do a lot of work. But since I belong to that region, I'm living in that region, I can tackle that problem well, and I can talk to the people living over there, and we can scale it up.
So what is the kind of a price range you are in this type of art?
So it starts from 150 to 25,000, 30,000. It depends what kind of product you are looking for. If you are looking for a fabric, it will be a bit costly. Like fabric starts from 5,000 to 15,000 or 25,000. If you are looking for a painting starts for 7,000 to 30,000. It depends on the what sizes you are looking for. If you are looking for 18 into 24 size painting, so definitely the cost will be low. But if you are looking for 36 into 48 size painting, so it will be a big painting, so cost will increase. So like that, we decide the cost price. And also it depends on the motifs chosen by customer or designs chosen by them. So how much time that particular design will need, based on that we decide the cost price, selling price.
You have participated in any exhibition so far with your art?
Yes, sir. I have participated in various exhibitions. There is a exhibition in Chennai by Hand from the Heart. So I participated in that. Other than this, I've been to Ahmedabad. I participated in there. I've been to Chennai. I participated over there. I've been to Bangalore, Delhi, etc. So I have participated in various exhibitions.
So what type of challenges you have noticed in this art?
I have noticed that, like if I talk about Chennai, so in Chennai, people appreciated my art a lot, and the sales number were also good. When I've been to Ahmedabad, the sales number were not there that good. So people were coming to my store, they were appreciating my art form, but the sales were less. So this is where my segmentation comes into picture. Like we are a niche market, we belong to a niche target segment. So Ahmedabad was not like, people over there do not appreciate art that much. But in Chennai, people have appreciated it. So this kind of challenges we have to face, like we have to really do a research and think about that, where we should actually be attending exhibitions and where we should not.
India is having a number of languages, number of different cultures. So your art is on a specific Madhubani. So is the other, those who are not related with this, at least they like this?
Yes, sir. Actually, what my sales history tells me that if they are looking for handmade paint or if they have interest in any art form, so they are purchasing. They are not purchasing because it is a Mithila painting or Madhubani painting. They are purchasing it because they like my product, they like the detailing, they like the design, and that's why they are purchasing. And they also have an interest in towards art or art related thing. So that's why they are purchasing.
You have studied some export potential into this, or you have made it tied up with some export agency to sell?
No, we have not tied up with any export agency now, but in future we will be doing that to export our products from outside India. And currently we are just getting orders from customers who are in USA or Canada. Some they're not in India, through Instagram only, and we are providing worldwide shipping.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so with that, we'll quickly move on to Praveen, Mr. Praveen Dorna, and then Samir Desai.
Okay, I'll just keep it short. I think most of the questions were already asked, so I would not take much time, but I think it's a great social venture, Madhubani, Prachi. So one thing I didn't understand is what is the cycle of all this in terms of the customers, right? Somebody coming to your Instagram page, and do they pick the design and then do they go through the whole process and wait for the final one, or what's the process?
No, sir. Actually, we have some ready-made products available. We are providing both options. If you are looking for a custom-made products, we are also there to help you out. If you are looking for a ready-made products are already been listed on Instagram page. So customers are picking up from there. And if they need anything specific, they write to us and we design accordingly.
So I think one thing I would just like to suggest here is I think you should really understand whether you want to be a small business or a scalable company. Right? Is it about your mission about giving employment or kind of catering to the big markets, right? Based on that, I think your time, team, financials, branding, everything will kind of come accordingly. That's something that is not fully clear in the presentation as of yet, right? So I think I would love to see more clarity on that front, right? Because you definitely want to help your locals, but at the end of the day, how scalable is it? How many people can impact and all? It can be better put through. So
actually, sir, scalability will not be a problem because, as I already mentioned, that there are lots of people. They are like born artists. So lots of people have already been migrated. But when I did the research, I did with those people who are living in that village right now. So it will be a bit challenging, but scalability will be there, sir.
Trust me, I have a lot of friends who have started companies around this, so trust me, it's a big challenge.
I will take care of it, sir.
Please do. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Samir, I think, is the next person.
So, hey, Prachi, as in, love the idea, as in reviving a dying art is a great noble venture. And I think it has phenomenal commercial potential, but I would echo what Greg and Praveen talked about in terms of really the focus needs to be on building a brand. And it's not just the brand, it's the story behind the brand. And that's what's going to get to people, right? Because I've got 1,000 questions right now, but you've got so much potential in terms of creating a story that can attract people at a very different level. And if you manage to do that, you don't need to go to exhibitions, because the kind of people who go to exhibitions, the kinds you go to in, say, by hand, by heart, are a much lower level in terms of versus the target that actually you can appeal to with this. So it can be a super premium segment that you can go after as well. You could really look at brand pricing for international markets at a very different level versus what you price it in India. And I'm from Ahmedabad, actually, so I'm really sorry you had a bad experience, but the fact that you went to a particular exhibition is a problem. The amount of people who would buy your art with the money is unlimited, actually, in every big city. It's just you pitch yourself too low. So I would love to help out as it genuinely at any point of time. I've done branding for a living for the last 26 years across globally. So would love to help out in terms of branding, but that really is a core part of it. And that will define your entire business model. Because if you do you want to go to an HC and play a mid-sized game, or do you want to play a premium game and stand out from 1,000 others who are trying to do this? Is the question. So would love to engage and discuss more later.
Sure, sir. I'll engage with you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prachi. Thank you so much.
Ashutosh, just to interject 1 second. Prachi, I would like to add here, there's a startup at MIT. It's called Root Studio. Maybe you can write it down. And it's doing very similar work, and they are incorporating technology in a very nice way and reaching out to even the very remote tribal villages of India to, kind of promote their artwork. So maybe you might take a look at that and see how they're utilizing technology and scaling their work internationally. Thank you.
All right. So it's Root Studio, right?
Rootstudio.co.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Founded by one of my friends. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Piyush. Thank you, all the judges, and all the very best, Prachi. So with that, we move on to the next team, which is Team Arpan. They are from Sri Ram College of Commerce, New Delhi. So over to Team Arpan.
Okay, so Team Arpan, we're at 4:20 now, and you'll have time to 4:28. And at 6 minutes, I'll give you a small heads up. You can start.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Today, we are here to present to you our own very venture, Arpan. Our knowledge in the fields of research, marketing, and finance enabled us to stride in this enriching journey and devise this potential business plan. Good afternoon, judges. My name is Disha Mishra.
My name is Shanat.
My name is Sneh. Before starting, we would like to present a short clip about our model.
वैसे तो हम फूलों की बहुत कदर करते हैं, हर खुशी हर त्योहार में इन्हें शामिल करते हैं, पर सिर्फ तब तक जब वो खिले रहते हैं। उसके बाद या तो वो पैरों के नीचे कुचल दिए जाते हैं या नदियों में बहा दिए जाते हैं।
In order to solve the problem of water pollution and keep the purity of rivers intact, we came up with Ascent. Ascent by Arpan aims to revolutionize the practice of discarding the temple flowers in the water bodies through the collection of these flowers and production of flower-based incense sticks.
Today, we are here to talk about our product that is centered around something as basic as a flower. But don't be fooled. It turns out this so-called basic flower is not so basic after all. From being used for religious prayers to being gifted to a loved one, it has been an irreplaceable item since time immemorial. I'm sure most of you are all aware of all this. But how many of you know that every year about 80 lakh metric tons of flowers are disposed into the Ganga that are in turn accountable for 16% of India's total water pollution? We have not inherited the earth from our ancestors, simply borrowed it from our children. Keeping this spirit in our mind, we Team Arpan bring to you Ascent, a chain of premium flower-based products.
Our initiative tackles multiple problems simultaneously. At Ascent, our mission is to disrupt this massive waste stream by using flower waste as a primary aromatic and eco-friendly ingredient in our products. Ascent uses 60% flower waste for producing the hand-rolled incense stick.
Along with this, our products are 100% charcoal-free and eco-friendly. This addresses the grave environmental issue caused from the dumping of flower waste into the water bodies. We employ women from marginalized sections and specially abled peoples who have otherwise not been given equal employment opportunities. Apart from making efforts to reduce the social inequality and environmental pollution, we have an organic packaging with recycled butter paper and cotton pouches.
Our incense sticks are available in 6 fragrances: rose, lily, lavender, jasmine, loban, and lemongrass. Some of the fragrances are known to be helpful in increasing focus, inducing sleep, as well as repelling mosquitoes. Use them while meditating or while working. You will surely notice a difference. Our second product, Ascent Incense Cones, which uses the same element as our sticks, was developed and launched in record time. We have done it right because we saw our entire launch inventory getting sold within 5 days of launch. Let's listen to one of our customers and what she has to say.
This is Antje from Germany. As you can see, I hold your aroma stick here in my hand, and thanks a lot for that. It smells perfect.
Hours of research brought to light the fact that flower waste was a possible substitute to charcoal due to the presence of carbon. After performing market analysis, we validated our idea by developing a formula and conducting research and lab testing. At this point, we had a product that prohibits the release of hazardous carbon monoxide that is gravely condemned upon for resulting indoor pollution. The next step was consultation with the experts with regards to product development. This was followed by manufacturing, distribution, and establishing a feedback mechanism.
Coming over to our business model, our major demand avenues for Urban includes corporate gifting, online retailers, offline premium retail shops, and lifestyle exhibitions. Our stakeholders includes the user community, which is Prabhat NGO, which supplies raw material, and the transport corporation, which ensures timely delivery of all our goods. Major expenditure areas in the manufacturing process are raw materials and packaging. Fixed cost includes rent, electricity, and expenditure on equipments. Our variable cost includes cost incurred on raw materials, labor, packaging, and transportation. To maximize our revenue, we follow differential pricing strategy and lemon tree model.
The Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative and the reduction in usage of Chinese products has caused many new players to enter this particular industry. We plan to tackle this new competition by building brand loyalty and expanding the consumer base through thoughtful and targeted marketing strategies. Although there are a lot of premium incense sticks brand in India, our major competitor in the flower-based incense stick remains Cool. We have been successful in dealing with this by pricing our products competitively and by creating a more sustainable product, thus targeting the new environmentally conscious market.
Right now, Ascent under Urban has an online and offline presence to expand its customer base. Our primary market is India, a country with a population of 1.3 billion people. Our target customer, the middle income and the higher income families, represent a market of 350 million consumers for our product, the size of the entire US population. We follow the lemon tree model, under which larger the demand avenue, the greater the profit margin for them. Next, we also follow differential pricing, that is charging different prices from different demand avenues. Several awareness campaigns aim to educate people about the environmental hazards and how the product works. Therefore, consumer and social media marketing are effective marketing strategies. We also market our product through online selling by means of our own e-commerce website, Instagram page, and LinkedIn page and Facebook.
Coming over to the financial aspect, till date, we have sold over 6,000 boxes and generated a revenue of rupees 5,72,250 rupees. We have sold around 800 boxes in exhibitions alone. We have also undertaken 2 corporate gifting orders and are catering to orders across more than 40 selling points, which includes retail outlets, e-commerce platforms, and various gifting avenues. Our expenses, including fixed and variable cost, amounting to rupees 2,97,550 rupees. With a profit margin of 48%, we have generated a profit of 2,74,700 in the last financial year.
Every box of Ascent cones and sticks helps in recycling 120 grams of flower waste, which contains more than 50 grams of pesticides. Till date, we have recycled more than 500 kilograms of flower waste, impacted more than 5,000 lives, and have empowered our user group, which consists of especially abled and rural women, by increasing their incomes by 150%.
In the next 6 months, we plan on increasing our brand presence by collaborating for gifting purposes. We even plan on launching new fragrances. In the next 2 years, we plan on expanding and replicating our model in other areas in Delhi as well. Moreover, we will also expand our product portfolio into other aromatherapy products. In our third expansionary phase, we will look at tapping the export sector, since export of incense sticks is a huge industry in India. We will also look at customizing the packages in order to adapt to changing consumer preferences.
To take this initiative forward, we will be requiring an initial investment of 3,50,000 for setting up our own in-house production and for smooth logistic purposes. Finally, every box of Ascent sends the message that celebration should not contribute to pollution. Under Urban, we have extended the commercial pure view. We have also included people, planet, and purity.
Empowering people.
Conserving the planet.
Promising purity. Thank you. We are open for questions.
Thank you, Team Urban. So if you can please stop sharing your screen. So I'll invite, first of all, Mr. Suresh Garg.
This idea is wonderful. As this belongs to the flowers, I want to understand how this supply chain challenges are arranged.
Okay. Like the procurement of the flower waste from the temples is done by the underprivileged women. Here, we have collaborated with an NGO where there are underprivileged women. They're working there. So they collect the flowers and then we dry it and then it is like converted to a powdered form. And then it's pulverized and then we use it to convert into the incense sticks. So that is how we procure the flower waste. And then the next step is done. Here also we've collaborated. So the next step is done where there are again ladies employed for this work, where these flower waste are converted, wrapped around the bamboo sticks, and we use other materials for the binding materials as well. And none of it is chemicated. All of it is we don't use any chemicals here, and even the fragrancing are done by the essential oils that are purely organic. So that is how the processing is done. And from there, we have collaborated with another NGO where the packaging is done. So we procure the made in sense sticks from there, and then we transport it to another NGO where there are women as well as disabled people who do the packaging work there. And from there we have a shipping delivery partner, and then we ship it to different places.
So this is a seasonal produce because flowers are coming on different months. How you manage your this business throughout the year?
Okay. So what happens is that the flour waste thing. So what happens like when we have abundance? So as we said that we convert the flour waste into a powdered form. So the lifespan of the powdered form, like even during the COVID-19, we faced this problem. Like temples were closed, and there was a problem there. But since the lifespan of the powdered flour waste is greater than that, so that's the reason whenever we've collaborated here with the NGO who works on a larger scale here. So there are a lot of women employed for this work. So that is the reason we don't face a lot of problem there in terms of procuring the flour waste. And since we convert it as and when we procure it into the powdered form. And
you have any plans to do the contract manufacturing or getting your own farms of the flowers?
No, so actually the model is based mainly on the waste flour thing, na? Because we wanted having a flower farm or something would be would not factor the social aspect of it. That is that converting the waste flowers into a product that we can use. So that is the reason we never went for that kind of plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I would like to invite Piyush, followed by Professor Greg.
Thank you, Ashutosh. Team, my question to you is, you mentioned pool. I would like to understand a little more deeply, how are you different from them? Because I know them very well since they've started their startup. So I would like to understand how you want to establish yourself differently from them, and what are your plans to kind of gain the competitive advantage?
We work on a completely no charcoal. Work on a completely no charcoal model. So that is something which we take. We work on a completely no charcoal model. Also, we work on the quality and the formula. Also, we've developed of our own, like the composition that we use for binding and all of it. That is something we've developed on our own, and there are many times since we know that Fool is our major competitor, so it was difficult for us in the initial to actually compete with it. But as and when we started we focused on our quality production and all of it, so there were times that people who procured from Fool initially, they came to us, and then they were our permanent customers. Like we have collaborations with Organic India and other big enterprises as well. So that was a major step ahead for us in terms of that.
Adding on to what Sneh has said, we do understand the kind of a market that Pool has already grabbed. We are investing a lot in the R&D, and that's the reason. Since we are in the initial phase, we will be working towards the competitive edge as well. So we are working right now on that, on those lines as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Over to Professor Greg.
A very, very interesting presentation, interesting product. And I think the mission is also very, very good. I think similar to the previous presentation we just had, brand, maybe another way to deal with competing. You know, I did not hear much, and it seems to be consistent. So I don't know what's missing in our, but I didn't hear much about marketing and customer acquisition costs. And these are, with these kind of products, consumer products, it's imperative that we are very clear what our customer acquisition costs are going to be. And in this case, with a retail product, you know, as you start to look, and I love the idea that you have as many partners as you have. My guess is you'll probably need retail partners. I think the biggest cost elements you didn't even highlight in your cost drivers, which is marketing, retail, stocking fees, discounts if you're going to go through large corporates, which I would not recommend. I think you need to narrow your focus on your channels. But can you talk briefly about your marketing fees and your marketing costs and cost per customer? So you know, as a customer, how much are they spending and how much are you spending to get them?
Yes, sir. To answer this question, and we are very much happy to say that we haven't spent a single rupee on marketing till date, but generated and profit and revenue, which is a 6-figure. So that's the truth which we want to convey. And in terms of sales and customer acquisition, currently we are having 4 channels for our sales. The first would be of offline stores. We have collaborated with offline stores in all major cities. And second would be of collaborating with other online stores and having our own e-commerce site as well for all the sales. And we have undertaken consignment basis order, and we have also taken white labeling as well.
All of those have fees though. I mean, I think this is something that I did not hear. Right, all of those have a fee structure. Whether you haven't paid for it now or not, I don't think that's germane. I think you will, and so I think that would just be my comment. I think it's a major cost component not handled or addressed in your presentation.
Thank you, Professor Greg. So we'll move on quickly to Mr. Sameer Desai and followed by Praveen.
Yeah, so completely echo what Greg said, right? As in, brand is such a huge part of it, and there's a huge potential to build a story which will resonate. And I agree with Piyush in terms of, I just quickly looked up Fool, and their story is very similar to yours. So there is a risk that you become a Me Too, and they already seem to have scale. The way I would look at it would be slightly different. You mentioned scented candles in the initial part, but you didn't talk anything about it. And if you just look at the entire phenomenon of yoga going global, not a single brand in India has benefited from yoga going global. The biggest beneficiary of yoga globalization is Lululemon. And your target actually should be the Lululemon customer and selling them scented candles. Right? So that's the vision you should have, because it will completely differentiate you. And incense sticks are very low margin. The moment you go into scented candles, you sell scented candles of $50-$60 a piece, right? You can command with the kind of premium. So really expand and maybe look at pivoting and see, but you need to then have the quality and the packaging aspect and the branding aspect all built in. So again, happy to touch base at a later stage, but I think you can really look at pivoting and do a very different model, which can give you much better margins.
Like so, even now we are focusing on the gifting, corporate gifting thing as well. So there is a lot of potential we've seen for the incense candles, because when we talk about corporate gifting, the packaging we have for the candles is much more appealing and premium. So we are focusing on the incense candle part as well, and also when we talk about differentiating from Fool as well, so we are doing the research on the essential oil segments as well. because since our project is based on the essence industry, so that will help us gain a first mover advantage against school as well.
No, so absolutely, Anushka, Dhanuka, I think that's absolutely right. All I'm saying is really look at the potential of the export market. Just the US and countries like US and Germany could be taking up a huge part of what you're producing. Essential oil scented candles, but at a super premium pricing again. So evaluate that as well. It feels scary, but it's very doable.
Sure, sure. Like currently also we have like conducted a research for the export market. So we identified the 5 countries like yes, UK, Germany, and all of it. So we are working on that like with the research department. Thank you, sir.
So yeah, I'll kind of keep it short again. I think most of the questions have been asked, but quick things, right? I think you're actually trying to do too many things. Right, your presentation is a little scary for me because even your marketing channels, sales channels, distribution, right, the number of products you're focusing on, everything is very distributed, and that is scary because you're actually finding it very difficult. One thing I didn't really understand in the presentation is, see, charcoal based and coming out of flowers and all is a great concept, but how do you put it into a common man's mind, right? It's very difficult. That is where the branding aspect has to be so simple that somebody gets it. And for them, is it what is a driver of buying a product is not actually communicated. That has to be done in a better way. That's where I say Samir, like he suggested. And like Greg mentioned, I feel that you haven't done a good job of financial analysis. I see a lot of, because for your brand, marketing and distribution is going to be tremendous expense that you haven't counted at all. So without that, you saying 48% margins really doesn't look something that I'll buy it, right? So that is where I think you need to really narrow down, see where are your margins higher, which ones do you want to target? Do you want to really go online, offline, exports, B2B, B2C? You need to really nail down those things. And I think that would give us better comfort to say differentiation. Otherwise, you're talking about essential oils. There are companies which do essential oils. There are companies which do, candle-based stuff, right? So each of them have their own big ventures around it. So you are trying to compete with too many people. So I think one of the things that's coming through in your presentation is you guys are thinking that doing many things is good. Trust me, it's actually the other way around. You guys have to really narrow down and say, I'll not do this, I'll not do this, I'll not do this. I think that's when you'll actually get there faster. That's my 2 cents around this.
Thank you so much, judges, and all the best to Team Urban. With that, we move on to the next team, which is the Team eTex Healthcare from IIT Delhi.
Yes, sir.
Hi there.
Is the screen visible? Yes. Lamini, you guys can start now. It's 4:42 and you have 8 minutes. And at 6 minutes, I'll give you a small heads up.
Yeah, Debalina, thank you.
Yeah, you can start.
Namaskar, I'm Yamini from eTex Healthcare, and today I'm here with my team member, Srijan. At eTex, we are a team of credible textile engineers from IIT Delhi, envisioning on integrating electronics with textiles to provide healthcare solutions. We are revolutionizing the health tech industry with our multidisciplinary approach to design next generation smart wearable textiles. And now we have devised a smart textile for active compression. Over 1.5 billion people across the globe suffer from mild pain due to poor blood circulation related problems, of which 0.7 billion suffer from severe pain. Besides this, 0.2 billion people suffer from chronic pain due to venous disorders such as varicose veins, DVT, and edema. All of these venous disorders are issues of major concern all across the world. Let us have a look at DVT alone. It is a serious, growing, and recurring problem. It is a major cause of disability in India, and over 60% of the blood clots are linked to hospitalization. That means the place where people are going to get healed is actually a place where they are developing this fatal disease. Moreover, DVT is the most common yet preventable cause of maternity deaths in hospitals. Our major stakeholders are mothers and mothers-to-be, as pregnant women are 5 times more susceptible to DVT, and they even have a risk of developing a clot. And we are also targeting the Asian women, as the research shows that they have to do majority of the household work standing. And no wonder in a recent survey conducted by our team, 4 out of 10 people said that they would buy our product for their mom. We are also targeting the elderly citizens, as 67% of them suffer from cramps at least 3 times a month. We would be providing our services to persons with disabilities as our product would be catering to their needs. Moreover, the product would help avoid diseases like DVT, which are considered to be major cause of disability in our country. We are also targeting the long-standing working professionals comprising of teachers, who are actually over 1/3 of the 140 million working class Indian citizens. That said, poor blood circulation is a very common occurrence in a variety of population groups, and this provides us with a market opportunity of over $3.5 billion, of which we would be targeting $150 million with a current CAGR of over 5.2%. There are other products in the market that deal with this particular problem but pose a variety of challenges. Firstly, they are not personalized and they do not provide any standard sizing. They do not follow the science of clothing comfort and can cause skin infections. They pose the challenge of donning, that is, they're extremely difficult to dress up and they even loosen up quickly. They are bulky in size and hence are non-portable, and moreover, they are costly. But most prominently, absolutely none of the product out there in the market provides any feedback or monitoring system. Whereas our product, the Smart Textile for Active Compression, is portable, affordable, and personalized, and features pressure control while having a long battery life. And it alone in the market is a product that would provide the user with a feedback and being accurate and detailed one. It would help the doctors and physiotherapists to monitor their patients' progress. Our product has been designed by keeping in mind the science of clothing comfort, which makes it stretchable, breathable, and drapable. Being stretchable, it prevents the problem of size selection. Being comfortably breathable, it eradicates the issues such as developing skin infections and diseases. Moreover, it's drapable and envelopes firmly around the leg and eliminates the problem of donning and loosening. There are other products in the market, but our product alone contains all the features that are important from a consumer's point of view, and all of these has been provided at a very affordable rate. Today, we bring to you two working models of our product. In the first model, you can see that it is a fabric. Yes, a breakthrough self-heating fabric that has a potential to expand and contract on its own, providing the user with a dynamic compression therapy. Whereas in the second model, you can see that with a single click of a button, the user would be able to adjust and control the pressure inside the device. And that's exactly how easy it would be for the doctors to gauge their patient's progress. And with future integrations of artificial intelligence and IoT, we plan to centralize this. Our product is currently being validated by doctors at the leading medical institution of our country, AIIMS Delhi. The distinguished doctors being Dr. Sri Kumar, Dr. Geeta Handa, and Dr. Vineet Kashyap. Presently, we have 20 active users for the product who provide us with a feedback on a regular basis, and this helps us improve our product. These are our current competitor companies in the market, but none of them provide a product, unlike us, that has both active and static compression. Our product has been ranked 1. When it comes to skin comfort, there is absolutely no wiring and tubing in our product. That helps us provide a very convenient and comfortable experience to our customers. And our product alone in the market provides data analytics and feedback, and it also has a digital health system. Right now, as I'm speaking, eTex has government grants of over 1.4 crore Indian rupees, 3 registered trademarks, and 4 granted patents. Our technological roadmap includes features that make all our product functional, responsive, interactive, while having an intuitive design. Amid the pandemic, we launched our brand of protective textiles, Kavach, under which we have recently launched Kavach antimicrobial clothing, and we are soon planning to launch radiation protection garments. Over the past 1 year, we have sold 4 million units of Kavach masks and have garnered a huge press coverage. It is a huge honor and proud moment for us to mention that our Honorable Prime Minister had praised us in his radio show, Man Ki Baat. eTex is a premium seller on various e-commerce sites, including Amazon and Etsy, and we have a very well-established distribution network. Over the past financial 1 year, we have garnered a revenue of over $1.1 million and a 30% of gross profit. We have been approved by NABL accredited labs and have a diverse clientele of over 162 hospitals all across India, comprising of Fortis Delhi, Fortis Jaipur, and IMA. We have also provided our services to the non-government organizations such as WaterAid and Money Life Foundation. And we have also serviced government associations, including the Indian Railways, eminent institutions, and corporates such as Jindal Steel. These are attraction and projection. And we did face a lot of challenges in the initial phase of our startup with respect to our production, but so far we have already covered up our setup cost. And in the next 4 years, we plan to invest heavily in our R&D department. And by the end of it, we aim to be a company with an annual revenue of over 25 crores. We'd be following an export design launching strategy to make all our projections come true. And in the next 12 months, we target to be a company that would grow from a 0.7 crore to 2 crore monthly revenue. We have a diverse team that comprises of Mr. Bipin Kumar, who is the head of R&D and founder at our company. He is also the research professor in the textile engineering department at IIT Delhi. Mr. Anand Yadav is the company and he's also the alumni. Mr. Harsh Gupta is the COO of the company and he's also an IIT Delhi alumni. We have Khyati as a marketing strategist and Vinny as a head of sales. We have a very diverse team coming from different backgrounds wherein we have creative designers, content writers, and also research scholars on board with us. We have partnered with over 7 universities globally and our expert team has a research experience of over 10 years in the compression textiles domain. ETEX promises and strives to not only be the best in the country, but the best for the country. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Team ETEX. If you can please stop sharing your screen. And I'll invite the judges over here. And before that, one request to the judges is I hope you are also doing the evaluations in parallel, right, on the Google Sheets, right? One request to you. And I'll start with calling Mr. Samir Desai, followed by Mr. Praveen Dorna.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Yamini. As in really great presentation and love the entire idea. As in I've worked in healthcare, so that really appealed to me. I think you lost me halfway through in terms of things were going brilliantly till you were talking about compression technology, and then suddenly you went into masks and protective clothing and all of that, and I'm like, I got completely lost. So sure. The way I see this is, I think you need to split both these companies out. Because just your entire compression therapy and what you've got is something that's absolutely unique. And it fills a huge gap in the marketplace and has tremendous potential. And the kind of skill sets required in terms of developing pipelines behind that and getting the clinical validation, making sure that the ecosystem is getting built up is a completely different skill set for an organization. And then selling masks and other protective clothing is a complete retail effort. So I think you should genuinely evaluate actually splitting out both efforts and splitting out both companies. You may have a lot of backend at the end and R&D, which is happening together. But from not just a consumer facing you, even the kind of validation you'll need is very different. So really think about that. One is much more of a branding game with the retail segment, and the compression therapy is much more of a B2B, getting into doctor spaces, and you'll obviously do B2C as well. But it's very different. So genuinely think about it and think about the business models and all of that very carefully. Yeah.
Thank you for the opinion, sir. If I may explain the switch, it's because the initial vision of the company which they were founded was the compression domain, was the compression textiles, and that's what we have been working on so far. But because of the pandemic, we saw that market opportunity, and being textile engineers, we knew that we could do something about it. And honestly, it wasn't more of a marketing ploy, or it wasn't more of a strategy to launch our brand, but it was more in terms of helping the nation. That was the vision with which it was established. Because during the time there were 700, 800 rupee masks that were being sold in Delhi alone, and we started selling them at 45 rupees. So with that vision, when we started, we realized we already had domains which were planned out. We were following a house of brand strategies that was in the conception stage, but then we realized that this is the right opportunity. Hence, we launched a protection textile domain, the entire brand of that, which is now also trademarked, and Kavach being shield, it is a very important trademark for us. And then this is another product line and another brand that we are planning. And then we have other future plans which are in conception stage, such as active textiles, which are self-heating textiles. And then there are textiles which will help you monitor remote healthcare. So that's the strategy that we are following.
No, so Srijan, as in I'm not criticizing it, right? As in the thing is, it's fantastic. Jugaad is the mentality you need to have in terms of making things happen. And you did that really great during COVID. It's incidental, it's great revenue generation, obviously kept you on track as well, helped you build a great brand. The thing is now from a strategic perspective, both these things are very different. And you need to be careful. Otherwise, the issue is, as Praveen mentioned last, is the entire question of focus. You need to have focus around what you're developing. And you can have two different revenue streams with two different organizations, but there's just no synergy, very little synergies I see in both those businesses. So genuinely think about it.
Yes, sure. Yeah. Thank you for this.
So with that, I'll also Praveen, over to you, and then Professor Greg.
Sure. So yeah, Srijan and Yamini, I think what you guys have done is commendable in a year, right? I mean, in the amount of time. But I was actually throughout the presentation trying to understand what's the differentiation, right? Because what Sumit mentioned, right? It's kind of constantly shifting, and your numbers are not directly affiliated to the product that you were talking about. So it was also kind of challenging to understand what is the breakdown of your revenues, or from where is actually money coming in, or which business is working, right? So a couple of things, right? Just 1-2 questions that I have is, first and foremost, I didn't understand what is your real differentiation? Is it like the heating mechanisms and the cloth, right? That you showed around compression. That's one. Second is, I didn't understand the pricing. When you're saying that you're so different from everyone and you're way better than everyone, when you shared the comparison, why are you actually pricing it so low than somebody is charging even hundreds of dollars, right? So you can just help me with these questions and I'll pass it on to the rest of the judges.
Right. So about the differentiation part of it. So we have the patent which we have, which we've already received on our product, is around the fabric and the textile component of it. It is a breathable fabric, and we have other that's a provisional patent which we've already received, and then we have other patents which are filed and currently in process, which are around the integrated system that goes in the bladder which is inside. And about the self-heating system, that's a totally different, that's not within the ready prototype, but that's another breakthrough product which we are planning to involve in the compression textile system. And with respect to our pricing strategy, the pricing strategy has been kept in mind. It's so low, keeping in mind the Indian context. And we essentially, our focus group will also comprise a lot on mothers, Indian mothers, and providing them with a solution. So launching that at even currently, we are projecting that we'll produce the pair for 3,900 rupees. So even that is very, very expensive considering the Indian scenario. Moreover, the outermost layer of the product, that's replaceable because it is meant for an everyday use. It is similar to what will replace a crepe bandage, or it is what will replace a stocking. So on everyday use, the life cycle is also about 6 months or so. That means the outer layer will need to be replaced again, time and again. Hence the pricing strategy.
If that's the case, I would say what Samir mentioned, right? It's about breaking down into different companies and running them as separate things. But yeah, over to the next gesture. Greg, yeah, please go ahead.
Yep, thank you. Yeah, Praveen, good comments and focus. I think a lot of these pitches, we start by looking at the globe, and I think it's a waste of time. I think focusing in very quickly, and I at first I thought you were going to only talk about expectant mothers, and then you started throwing athletes and other people in the mix. So I think great, that may be a adjacent market that you want to go after, but with these kind of pitches, you really need to show much more focus on product, on strategy, on market, on competition, and so on. And that's where I think this pitch really struggled for me. I think the expectant mother market sounds like a great opportunity, and I still don't have any idea what the size or how you're going to actually go get that particular segment with your approach. So I think that would be a comment that I would focus on to try to strengthen. The other thing, maybe you have how much better is this? I mean, I agree totally with the pricing strategy. Everyone seems to want to underprice the current market, which I never agree with. I think we should overprice to the market if we're so much better. If you are going to replace it, which is good, then what's the lifetime value? And that's the comparable that I would want to know, right? How much am I going to spend over a year or 2 years or 10 years of use versus the competition? But yeah, so how much better is it? So for that lifetime value, how much better is this product? And I think that would be a clear message that need to be heard.
So with respect to the mothers to be domain, how we plan to get into that market is we plan to leverage our existing distributor network. because our connections with the hospitals, and collaborate with them to sell them as maternity kits, as part of maternity kit, which will also comprise of maybe products which are antimicrobial products. And then as a whole, as a package, they can be transferred. We can collaborate with our existing distribution network of hospitals. And that's how we plan to get into that target group. And the LTV comparison is a wonderful suggestion. So we'll definitely include it in our other pitches. I see how it clearly shows a direct comparison from a user standpoint on how our product offers a much better value over a product life cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Craig. So, Mr. Suresh Garg.
Yeah, you have any studies for the export potential?
Yes, sir. So currently that is under progress. Like we are in talks with investors from China, because we also want to outsource our manufacturing there. We had also spoken to a few in the US, just in terms of sales and not manufacturing, of course. And we have started selling them through Amazon Global right now. Recently enough, through Amazon Global, we had started selling it to some of the drop shippers or distributors over there. So that's where we stand today. And in terms of progression, yes, we are looking to actively partner with maybe accelerators there who could help us grow and get into their target market.
Looking at the current situation with China,
yes, sir.
Do you think it's a good idea to talk to China?
So it is a potential risk to our business. It's definitely there. In fact, it is one of the primary risks that, how do we capitalize on really manufacturing such a technical product in our country, and still there are some parts which are not produced in our country on a wide scale. So we are anyways having to import them from China. So that's why we see that as an opportunity, but that's a risk which is being assessed.
You are in just a startup. So it's a better, you have to think about the other countries also, because it's a lot of risk area at present and seems to be a very, very risk area in future.
Sure, sir. We will look at other manufacturing hubs. We are currently in the process of researching on it and zoning in on where do we want to go in terms of where to establish the manufacturing unit outside. But yes, we did start with China.
What are the global expansion plans of yours?
So in terms of sales channel, we are looking for distributors, large scale distributors who would help us get our product out there. In fact, I'm just forgetting the name, but when we had started Kavach, the very initiation of Kavach, when we had started off only with face masks, that's when a very prominent distributor had approached us. I'm really sorry, I'm unable to recall the name, but they are in over 80 countries, and they are somewhat like Lifelong or 3M. It's a very big label. I'm just getting confused there. But yes, it's a very big label. So we are looking for such strategic distributors for our future products who can help us export easily.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Team eText. Thank you, judges. All the best, Team eText. We'll be quick.
Sorry, Ashutosh, I just had one last thing to the team, as in because I'm in this space, as in I think there's also tremendous potential in terms of partnering with some international OBGYNs and doctors as well, in terms of validating this, because again, the export potential is massive on this. And you could potentially look at a completely left field and go into somebody like pharma companies that are catering to OBGYNs. Because that's such a great space, just OBGYNs and pregnant women, and look at having a tie-up with them and saying you're approaching and talking to doctors anyway. Why don't we tie up together? So think slightly differently. We would come with some different ideas as well. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Samir. So all the best, Team eText. We'll be quickly moving on to the next team, which is Chimney. They are from Goa Institute of Management.
Good evening, everyone. We'll be starting now.
Ujjwal, you can start now, and you'll have 8 minutes to complete, and at 6 minutes, I'll give you a small heads up.
Yeah, okay. Adarsh, please switch to slideshow mode. Okay. A very good afternoon to the respected jury. We are team Rise and Shine. I'm Ujjwal and I'm here along with my teammate Adarsh. So to start off with our presentation, I have a very interesting anecdote to share. And it begins on a freezing winter in my hometown Agra last year. So my friend Rishabh invited me to his home for a dinner. I arrived at his apartment, excited to eat and share a meal with him. Yet, as soon as I reached his floor and exited the elevator, I was immediately struck by a smell of burnt food. It became clear that someone on Rishabh's floor had burnt something in their kitchen. Finally, as Rishabh opened his door, the bitter smell of burnt food and a whoosh of smoke hit my face. Having a confined kitchen space, it became clear that the kitchen had been flooded with cooking fumes. And it didn't take long for me to ask, would it be okay for us to change our plans and dine out at the nearby restaurant? And he agreed in an embarrassing tone. So here we are today to redefine the kitchen experience with a proposition which we have named Chimini. So, in accordance with our objective of bringing home a healthier tomorrow, we got some interesting insights from the secondary research. Urbanization has reached 33%, and with increasing population, the size of the homes, and especially the kitchens, is shrinking. Because of this, there is a need for small and portable products. There lies an ample opportunity for new, easy to use, innovative products specifically for the kitchen segment. Now, the major problems in a kitchen arise are due to kitchen smoke. Kitchen smoke can cause a series of problems ranging from minor allergies to respiratory problems, and it is very dangerous for asthma patients. The existing solution is the conventional chimney, but is it always possible to have a chimney in the house? The answer is no, and there are various reasons to it. Imagine you are living in a rented house, and in most of the cases, you're not allowed to do any major civil work. It would not be possible for you to install a traditional chimney, or there could also be other reasons like cost of installation, which usually turns out to be 4 to 5,000 rupees over and above the cost of chimney. So what could be the possible solution? So we present to you our product Chimney, an affordable, compact, and easy to use chimney. Now, chimney works just like a traditional chimney, but unlike it, it does not require a duct to release the smoke. The suction fan at the top creates a suction, and the filters absorb the oil and other particles and release the filtered air back to the kitchen itself. Now, the chimney comes with double mounting features, so it can also be mounted on wall as well as on the kitchen platform based on the available space. It is easy to use, lightweight, economical, and needs low maintenance. Now we would like to show you a short video of our product. So, talking about the market potential of a product, it's quite huge. The total market size of the kitchen chimney segment in India is estimated to be around $1.3 billion. Currently in India, the target income group for the conventional chimney is the upper middle class, which forms approximately 10% of the total population. Through Chimney, we aim to increase this to 40% by including the middle class as well as the lower middle class as well. As a result, we will not only be targeting the existing customers, but will also be creating a new market altogether, which never thought to install a chimney in the past. Expecting a 2% market out of this 40% population, we are likely to increase the total market opportunity to approximately $2 billion. Now, no matter how good a product is, it can't be successful unless there is a great marketing campaign associated with it. Under the go-to-market strategy, we would focus on all the components to create a brand awareness across India, such as influencers and food bloggers, YouTube, Google AdWords, and ads in regional newspapers. Now, keeping in mind the market, we are planning to launch the product in 18 cities in the first year, out of which 8 will be of tier 1 and 10 will be of tier 2. So, we will also carry out social media content marketing by creating posts on health and hygiene factors. So this is one such poster explaining about the harmful effects of the cooking smoke and how chimney can be a perfect solution to tackle it. Through such campaigns, we will highlight how sustainable our product is. So Chimney has a suction capacity of 500 cubic meters per hour as compared to the 1000 cubic meters per hour of the conventional chimney. Consequently, it utilizes 66% lesser electricity, which directly translates to lower carbon footprint. Also, the charcoal filters are totally biodegradable in nature. Not only this, chimney also results in cost sustainability by saving on civil work expenses and recurrent maintenance cost. Moving ahead, we have opted mainly 3 channels for distribution to reach the target market, which are retailer, e-commerce, and door-to-door sales. We will also be targeting around 50 corporates from across India to purchase our product Chimney for their employees as a Diwali gift. Now, we would also like to take your attention to our operations plan. So let's first look at the total cost of production. The total cost of components, including 4 filters, links, exhaust fan, along with production overheads and other expenses, sums out to be approximately 2,400 Indian rupees. In-house production will incur an initial capex of 36.3 lakhs. Now, Chimney perfectly aligns with the market portfolio of consumer durables at an affordable price of 3,750, which is at least 1/3 of the total cost spent on a conventional chimney, including installation. Talking about our current progress, we are already into the execution phase and have deployed around 20 prototypes so far for user validation. We have a fully equipped workshop and the necessary equipment that will be required to fabricate the individual components. We have machines like hacksaw, bench drill, power press, welding machine, etc. We also have skilled labor working under us. Our total workshop area is around 1,000 square yards, which can accommodate a good production capacity. Now, for the competitive analysis, among the major players in the kitchen chimney segment, no other brand has ever proposed a portable chimney yet. Hence, we will always have a first mover advantage. Regarding our timeline, we aim to conduct the pilot launch during the first year, followed by which we will scale up using different channels and by targeting new geographies. Finally, by the end of third year, we look at becoming an established player in the market with a significant market share. Now, coming to some of the key financial highlights, we are targeting a sales figure for the first year to be around 15,000 units, and accordingly, a revenue generated would be around 5.6 crores, yielding a net profit of around 81 lakhs for the first year. We are considering a 40% growth year on year for our proposition. Now, growing at this rate, we intend to achieve the break even in the third year of operation, which is close to almost 31 months. Now, after having covered most of our fixed cost in terms of capital expenditure, we are seeking a funding of around 40 lakhs to cater to the marketing and operational expenses for the first year. Now, talking about my team, we believe that we are an ideal team to realize Chimney and make it a commercial success. So me and Adarsh come from a business-oriented family which is into manufacturing since 1995. So we have followed the industry well. And as stated earlier, we have got a fully equipped manufacturing setup and are already very well connected with a host of suppliers and retailers. Apart from this, both of us have got industry experience in manufacturing. Adarsh has worked with Crompton Greaves Power as a quality assurance engineer. Apart from this, he has also worked as a market strategist with V-Guard Industries, while I have also worked with a manufacturing firm, Gopal Enterprises, as a production engineer. So we know what we are into. So next slide. So these are some of our recent achievements. Next slide. So do you remember my friend Rishabh, who was embarrassed due to kitchen smoke? When I showed him this idea, he was happy as he can finally have a chimney to fit into his confined kitchen space. So this is where we want to thank all of you and conclude our presentation. Now we are open for questions.
Thank you, Ujjwal. If you can please stop sharing your screen. So we'll quickly start the questions. And judges, my only request is we are slightly behind schedule here. So if you can please limit the questions to probably one question per pitch. So I'll start with Mr. Suresh Garg, followed by Piyush.
This system is having filters into this. What will be the maintenance cost?
Yes, sir. So actually, currently, the maintenance cost is approximately 300 to 400 rupees for the entire set of filters. So these filters are actually, supposed to last for approximately 1 year. And we are actually further looking to bring down the cost by at least 10 to 15%. So once we achieve the economies of scale and we are able to contact some of the local suppliers for this. So we are also able to eliminate some of the operational cost as well. So there we can save the cost.
The efficiency of the filters go down with the passage of time?
No, sir. So actually we have tested this and regarding the suction capacity and the efficiency, it's on point. And let me tell you one thing, that as compared to the conventional chimney, which has a greater clearance between the chimney hood and the cooking pan, so we have a lower clearance because of our design, and that is why we are able to eliminate 80% of the pollutants out of the smoke as compared to the 30% that of a conventional chimney. So here we are actually enhancing the efficiency.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ashutosh and team. First of all, nice to meet you again.
Thank you, sir.
I think we
Nice
met at the IIM event a few months ago, and I would like to congratulate that you have improved a lot over the last few months.
Thank you, sir.
My question is around the user experience, because I don't see any slide or any record of how the user has felt after using your product. Do you have any testimonials or video recordings of how the user has actually felt after this over a long period of time?
Yeah, so sorry for that we have not included a testimonial slide in our presentation, but yeah, we have captured the testimonials from our users. We have tested on a few of the factors regarding our product. So one was obviously the suction capacity and the efficiency to clear off the smoke. So that was something that the users were very satisfied with, and they were of the view that this product is working very well in that sector. One improvement that they highlighted, that maybe we can further improve the durability of the filter, so that we have the users may not be able to they are cleaning the filters maybe not that quite often. So there we can basically improve. And apart from this, we have also talked to some of the industry leaders. So my teammate Adarsh has worked as a go-to-market strategy intern in V-Guard Industries. So there we have talked to many people who have actually given us really good insights that from where we could procure the material. So what could be a marketing strategy, and what further areas we need to improve upon when it comes to our product.
Sure. So because your product is very much about user experience, I would really urge you to put some videos or testimonials of the user. That will be really helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Piyush. So we'll quickly move on. So the next in sequence is Professor Greg, followed by Samir, and then Praveen.
Great. Good job. Quick question. Are you a design company or a production company?
So currently, sir, we are actually doing both the things. We have designed the product as well, and we are actually starting off with our production. But in the long term, obviously, we do not want to keep the production to ourselves. We rather want to outsource this production to bigger giants out there, so that we can curb some of the competition also, and we can in turn make them our partner, so that we can reach out to a bigger mass and better effectively market our product and bring down the cost, the price of a product as well. So we want to keep the innovation part to ourselves, and looking to outsource the production part.
Yeah, I feel like that's a strategic focus that I would like to hear in this kind of pitch, because you don't want to be a production manufacturing business in this space.
Yes, sir. We realize that.
These are niche kind of fad type products that come and go, and you'll get undercut at some point. So I think strategically, I would like to hear more about your design focus and vision moving forward versus production. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Greg. Samir, and then
so Ujjwal, how long does each filter last? How long do you replace it in?
Yeah, so if the user cleans it on a regular basis in a matter of 20-25 days, so it's very easy to clean. You just have to wash it with water, and you just have to clean it with wipe it with a dry cloth. So if going by that, it can last up to 1 year. So that's what we have actually estimated from our end.
Right, because the thing is, the way I'm looking at this is e-commerce is going to be a key part of your strategy in terms of moving forward, and great that you're doing all this stuff on e-commerce. What you should look at this is a razor blade model, right? It's not just the money you're making on the device, it's really the filters that you should be making a huge amount of money on, because this is going to be repeat purchase all the time. So get into CRM, make sure you get subscription models up and running, because that's the kind of stuff which will really get your customers to keep buying on a repeat basis. Yeah, but good job. Great opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That really lifted our spirits up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, hey, Ujjwal, I think it was really interesting actually. And I think you're opening up a new market for sure. Few things I didn't understand, or like I rather would follow in lines with what Greg and Samir mentioned. Like first thing is I think you should probably be focusing on the licensing model, like, which you later answered, which Greg was about. Because the way I see is most of your competitors, when you were showing the comparison analysis, I clearly see that they can be your buyers where you can own the patent and licensing it out. One thing I really didn't understand in your presentation is why are you pitching it B2C and not B2B? Like, going to all the builders, all the real estate guys, all the construction guys, and who are building like 300 units, 400 units, right? And make it a part of their thing. Just wanted to understand more on that. Second thing is in terms of, I think yours is a product which is virality or word of mouth driven. Like the moment they see at somebody's house, they would pick it up. And also, like Samir mentioned, subscription driven, where razor blade model would actually really work something for you guys. So if you can just help me understand the B2B versus B2C, when you make the decision, that'll be helpful.
So, yes, actually, I think you yourself answered like what I also want to say, that you said that word of mouth is something which would drive out a product. So actually, we understand that this product is obviously like on a very low scale as of now, and we want to obviously give a very huge shout out to the audience who would be using it. So the best way is to like at least like start off with something, and start off at least with B2C, so that at least there is some activity in the market, and that drives word of mouth, and that can help us to like showcase our product to the B2B clients as well, and that will further help us grow. So like as I said, that we are also taking a component in our channels, as that we would be reaching out to some corporates who can then sell this give these products to their employees. So that would be a growing segment in our entire channel structure that we are looking forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, judges. Thank you, and all the best to Team Chimney. With that, we move on to the next team. The team is called the ROSAI, which is for AI-enabled surgical instrumentation. The team is from Geetham Institute of Medical Sciences and Research.
Yeah, sir.
Sir, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You can.
I'm Vaishnavi. Am I audible?
Yes, Vaishnavi, I can hear you.
I'm just sharing the screen once. Yes, so yep, we're ready to go.
So team, before you start, you have 8 minutes to finish the presentation, and at 6 minutes, I'll give you a quick heads up. Okay, you can start now.
Yes.
Thank you.
I can't see the screen.
I've shared the screen. Can you see my screen?
No, we cannot see the screen. Can you please try stop sharing and try again? There might be a technical glitch.
Yeah.
Or if other team members have the PPT, can the other team members try to do a screen share?
1 second, sir.
Yeah, now it is visible. You can put it on the presentation mode and start.
Yeah. Okay. Is the screen visible now?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. We are Team ROSAI, radically orchestrated surgical artificial intelligence instrumentation from JIMSR, Geetham University. I'm Anjushri, and we are glad to be a part of SmartIDEAthon 2021. My teammates, Vaishnavi, Sitaram, and I are going to present our idea today. You may think, why this project? Let us take a closer look at the human pelvic cavity. Complicated human anatomy may very well be appreciated here, and intricate complex surgeries need to be performed here using instruments that adapt well to the natural curves and depths of these cavities. These parameters are highly individualized, being different for different subsets of population. Up until now, as you can see on the left, we've had to use multiple instruments deep into those cavities, obscuring vision and impeding smooth performance of the surgical procedure. Most of these designs from Western countries were misfit for our anthropometric dimensions. Design of any surgical instrument is crucial to success of complicated surgeries, especially when are performed in deep cavities with variable curves and surrounded by vital structures. Flexibility is the key word. As with the evolving boom of technology, surgical instruments should fit into the gamut of minimally invasive, robot-enabled, or robotic surgeries and do-it-yourself surgeries, especially in the upcoming age of manned space missions. Surgery too, like other domains, is getting highly individualized. Flexibility, adaptability, and superior design characteristics with artificial intelligence enablement, coupled with advances in material sciences, being incorporated into design is the need of the hour. The more complicated the procedure, the more prominent is the problem statement. When you're performing in-depth, especially pelvic and cardiac surgeries, it raises multiple challenges like limited space, lighting, suction clearance, and the necessity to complete within a safe bracket of time. Introduction of too many instruments into a limited space augments these issues. Artificial intelligence is a boon for design superiority. We have initially done pelvic anthropometry of the local population in 250 patients on whom a spiral helical CT scan, as you can see on the right, was done, and 3D reconstruction from data collected as shown below, followed by application of generative designing. This novel concept was parachuted for surgical instrument design by a research team. We have approached this problem by generative designing and Fusion 360, which creates an open-ended superior design that gives you a better vision, hands-free application, reduces surgical fatigue with multiple actions like retraction, illumination, suction being done with one instrument that has advanced antibacterial coatings. Better vision provides speed, lesser complications, and quicker completion of the procedure in a safe and effective fashion. Designs like this effectively bridges the gap of a suitable superior device for complicated deep pelvic or cardiac surgeries, making them quicker and safer. We were inspired by the generative design concept that was developed in Formula One racing cars, which we have applied to our surgical instrumentation due to the open-ended design, which permits multiple modifications in future as per the surgeon needs. We plan to develop 4 iterations to bridge this gap. ROSI 1 for open surgeries, ROSI 2 for robot-enabled surgeries, ROSI 3 for robotic surgeries, and ROSI 4 for minimally invasive surgeries. My teammate Vaishnavi will be showcasing the prototype.
The industrial design sketch shows the flexible, universally fit design with built-in illumination and suction ports, with added advantage of being lightweight and fatigue-free. Shows adaptability to other self-retaining retractors. The unique advantage of the prototype will be mentioned along with innovative features later on by Anjushri. Our target market includes 313 million procedures done globally, out of which 29 million are deep pelvic surgeries. 50 of these deep pelvic surgeries are performed by oncology surgeons, around 30% of gynecologists, and urological and emergency trauma surgeons complete the list. Similar figures would nationally amount to 2 million per year, with an annual projected growth rate of 10% by 2030. We plan on capturing 90% of this market because of our unique individualized design and novel features. My friend Sitaram will be talking about our competitors and financials.
Good evening. So we have significant competition at the national and international level from companies such as Heber, Cisco, Thomson, Delacroix Chevalier, and Feeling. But AI enablement and future friendliness would put us ahead. Coming to our financials, 2021 overview shows a funding estimate of 25 lakhs and expenses estimate of 26.5 lakhs. And coming to our 2022 sales forecast, when we start production and sell our instrument, we are projecting cumulative sales revenue of around 20 lakhs from January to December by selling around 40 instruments. Our funding requirements are at an initial 40 lakhs for all 4 models, and the costs accounted for include R&D, patenting, licensing, marketing, raw material acquisition, computing, data acquisition, spec software, marketing, and customer acquisition. For market entry, we are in the process of hiring several relationship managers with ties to the surgical instrument industry to seek exclusive purchasing contracts with the government, private hospitals, and independent practitioners. We are also exploring licensing deals with other major manufacturers, while at the same time, we're looking to protect our proprietary technology. Anju will now be talking about the instrument's unique design advantages.
The Team Prasai has got a competitive advantage in that it is universally fit, adaptable, flexible, future fit, and also atraumatic. This has got malleable detachable flanges with an ergonomic fatigue-free design and built-in illumination. Open surgery models can be reused. As multiple functions are performed by the same instruments, which is self-retaining once connected to the ring retractors, it provides more space and requires lesser surgical assistants who are now free to help in the surgical procedure rather than retracting. Advanced surface coatings such as polyurethane or silver-doped nanoparticles and plasma-irradiated surgical-grade stainless steel would give it an additional layer of safety. As multiple models evolve, which are future fit, we are already ahead with superior design characteristics which change with the technology trends. Using artificial intelligence and integrating it with imaging advancements leads to the design of better, safer, suitable instruments for minimally invasive robotic and robotic-enabled surgeries of the future. Over to Vaishnavi.
We are a team of 6 medical undergraduates from JIMSA, Geetham University, who have been working on this idea since last year. Our team, Rosai, has a blend of unique clinical experience, artificial intelligence-backed designing skills, supported by mentors and multidisciplinary faculty with international expertise on this. I am Vaishnavi, and these are my teammates, Sitaram, Anjushri, Sairam, Yukta, and Gayatri. We are lucky to have a couple of mentors who have been guiding us through this process, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Radhakrishnan and Dr. Roshni Ambat. We are immensely proud of our multidisciplinary backdrop at Geetham University, which has enabled us to make quick and steady progression with our idea. VDC and its experienced coaches are backing us with the entrepreneurship skills. To conclude, we have used spiral CT scan, imaging with 3D reconstruction technology, empowered with artificial intelligence to emerge out with the superior open-ended design that is absolutely flexible and adaptable to future advances in surgery. And we have included the knowledge of advances in material science to produce an impeccable product. Hope you enjoyed our idea, getting transformed into surgical research product of immense value that could provide greater quality care to patients, standing by our JIMSA motto, patients first. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Rosai. If you
We're now open for questions. Thank you.
Yeah, if you can please stop sharing your screen. And I'd like to invite Samir first for starting the Q&A. Samir followed by Praveen.
Yeah, great presentation, Team Rosa, as in absolutely love to hear what you're doing right now. One of the key questions I had is in terms of your entire go-to-market model, because device selling is a very, very intricate process, and especially for doctors. So just hiring a relationship manager is not going to do the trick. You've got to hire very experienced device sales people who will first need to understand the entire surgery, understand your instrument. They'll have to go in with the doctors, actually help them perform the surgeries, guide them. So you really need to rethink that business model in terms of how you're going to sell this, because you're not going to be able to sell it through a relationship manager at the top level. This is going to be key opinion leaders, working with them, actually getting one or two to use this instrument, get them to endorse it. It's a slow process, but you really need to think through how you do that. But I love the idea. The technology looks great, but the marketing and selling of this is going to be critical.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. We'll keep that in mind.
So from my end, I think, yeah, I've probably come from a family of doctors, but I'm not a healthcare specialist. So, I'll keep it more on the business end. A couple of things, right? I saw that you guys have a patent, and pretty much wanted to understand at what stage are you guys in right now? Because that was not clear to me in terms of where are you in the stage of your company right now?
Sir, we're still, in terms of patent, it's just a provisional patent. We filed it in February of this year, sir. And as a company, so we've just had the sketches and the designs, and we haven't gone into production yet. We have 2 prototypes, and they've been in testing, sir. One in Kerala and one in Vizag.
Okay, got it. So coming to this part, I think that's again one piece that I felt was missing on that. And secondly, even the financials in terms of the projections and how you plan to monetize, right? These
Yes,
are the
sir.
kind of things I would definitely would like to know in case you have it, or if not, that's totally cool. I can move on to the next person, the next judge.
Yes.
Sure. Thank you, Praveen. So next I'll invite Professor Greg, followed by Piyush, and then Mr. Garg.
Really well done presentation, very clear, well articulated, very impressive. I think to Samir's point, the only area I really felt some concern about is the area of support and service. This is a service model, especially my son-in-law actually is a med device support resource, and he's actually in the hospital during surgical procedures. So the staffing model is going to be a pretty significant cost component of your overall business model, which, as Samir pointed out, wasn't covered. Training is also a big part of the model that I would like to have heard a little bit about from the business side. And so I think those components are important. But otherwise, at the stage you're in, with the team that you currently have, really well done. The business components start to need to take a little bit more center focus as you move forward.
Yes, sir. Actually, the first iteration of our instrument, which is for open surgeries, requires very little coaching to the doctors. But as we move on to the second, third, and fourth, iterations, they would require a little bit of education via brochures and, as you said, through people who exclusively specify that area.
Well, I think one of the things that change management is a really important piece of this problem. And, as easy as you guys think it is, when you're dealing with people who have done something for 15, 20, 30 years, getting them to change is going to take a little bit more effort than you might think.
Yeah. Please don't underestimate that. As in, the entire aversion to change for doctors is very, very high. So please don't underestimate the complexity that you have in terms of changing that behavior.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So quickly, we'll move on to Piyush and then followed by Mr. Garg.
Yeah, thank you, Ashutosh. I would like to add on to what other judges have said. I would really appreciate the team to do very solid user research, talk to as many potential clients as possible, and create a user research report. These can be quantitative and especially qualitative, user research interviews, and that will help you not just in identifying potential clients, but also clarify your own business model and marketing strategy. And I would like to ask a question: Are you having any ongoing conversation with potential customers, or have you started those discussions with anyone?
Actually, because we're trying to go through the VDC, sir, in terms of getting a relationship manager. But as one of the other judges said, just having a relationship manager won't be enough. So we're looking into, because we're from medical background, we would like to have some more support in that area, like in terms of talking to our end customer. But in terms of actually in the research stage, like we've got input from many of the specialists, especially from oncology specialists, that saying that they need this type of instrument. So yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, congratulations on the technical work. I think you've excelled in that. But I would really urge you to focus more on.
We're
the
also in the process
and
of tying
clients.
up with some cancer centers across the country.
Okay, sure. Yeah, but you haven't mentioned that in your deck, so you have to mention that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And be more explicit about it if you have started discussions with potential clients, because that is a very crucial component of business. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Garg?
Yeah, what are your expense scale-up plans? We like to understand what are your scale-up plans.
Sir, as of now, the idea is to start our own production. But if that doesn't take hold, we would like to go into licensing with the other manufacturers. Sir.
Okay. I think this idea can be shared to the private sector for the joint venture. I think then this
Yes, sir.
quick and fast done, because as per the technical part is concerned and the search is concerned, done wonderfully. But this needs to be now commercialized.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Garg. So with that, thank you so much, judges. All the best to Team Rosai. We'll quickly move on to the next team over here. So, Vikas, do we have the team? So the next team, is the concept that they're working on, it's called the short-term prediction of MVA, and which is again a team which is coming from the Geetham Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. So Team Rosai, if you can just exit the panel. Yes, Samita, over to you.
Yes, sir. Okay, so Samantha, we are at 5:39 and you'll have 8 minutes to speak, and 6 minutes, I'll give you a small heads up. Okay,
Sure.
go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. Just a second. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Samhita, along with Dr. Nainika and Dr. Sachin, inviting you all to join us through this exciting journey of translational research on advanced prediction systems of cardiac arrhythmias. We are Team CAPS, Cardiac Arrhythmia Advanced Prediction Systems from Geetham Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Visakhapatnam. We are attempting at a short-term, swift prediction of a deadly cardiac rhythm, malignant ventricular arrhythmia. It is a fatal rhythm disorder that originates in the lower chambers of the heart. It results in an abrupt drop in blood pressure that can lead to a sudden cardiac death. ECG analysis so far is good enough only for long-term and fatality prediction. This is a very unique attempt at a short-term prediction using artificial intelligence and machine learning tools that is quick enough for implementing the rescue efforts that would ultimately help us to save the human lives. After multiple brainstorming sessions, our cardiovascular research team has been able to develop a unique methodology to solve this challenging problem. A prospective randomized study involving 469 patients with risk factors for this deadly rhythm based on a single database and a uniform sample size has been conducted with certain inclusion and exclusion criteria. The ECG pre-processing has been done using the MATLAB Pan-Tompkins algorithm, which indeed was the most crucial step towards getting and filtering the raw data from the patients. The optimal feature set selection has been done using the predictor of importance function of MATLAB with tenfold cross-validation and random number generation from 1 to 5. The decision tree is trained using Fitzy tree. This algorithm becomes very unique in all possible ways because we have done a timed performance analysis and we have compared it with several other classifiers with decision tree giving the shortest possible execution time. This has led to a phenomenal success of 96% sensitivity and 92% specificity with the quickest execution time of 0.6416 milliseconds. Hereafter, Dr. Nainika will walk you through this journey.
We have commenced phase 1 in the year 2019. Optimal features of ECG were identified using MATLAB's Pan-Tompkins algorithm. This included filtering and fiduciary point selection, at the end of which we were able to identify 12 unique ECG parameters. Phase 2 has commenced in the year 2020 with optimal feature selection from 12 ECG parameters, of which 8 ECG features were identified with shortest execution time by our own unique methodology.
This was done by predictor of importance, which is a built-in function of MATLAB. Therefore, the algorithm functions with shortest execution time using 8 ECG features. Phase 3 includes predictive time evaluation, which has been done by a segmental approach of the collected data. Here, we have used decision tree as a classifier, and decision tree was trained using Fitz tree. This will be followed by phase 4 of clinical application. The future prospects of CAPS in stage 1 would begin with portable cardiac arrhythmia devices initially for the hospitals, followed by wearable arrhythmia detection devices, and ultimately we plan to broaden our wings to cover complete spectrum of cardiac arrhythmias by adding an atrial arrhythmia detection device using DPFA. The uniqueness of this in this study is that as you can see on the table on the left, showing us 12 identified unique ECG parameters and their relative predictive importance value. The features with the lowest predictive importance value have been eliminated. The graph on the right shows us how we have used 10-fold cross-validation and random number generation from 1 to 5 to select our 8 optimal features out of the 12. The bottom bar diagram depicts the performance of optimal feature set with excellent sensitivity, specificity, and accuracy as the full feature set. Telecardiology devices currently available has the ability to classify only. We are adding the amazing power of artificial intelligence-based predictability to this, making us globally unique. Now I hand over the further meeting to Sachin.
Coming to the target market, we have a staged rollout of products which would be followed in an approach to target market as well. Our stage 1 product is extension to current ICU bedside monitoring devices that are already used in hospitals. This extension device will help predict short-term swift malignant ventricular arrhythmias. Our stage 2 rollout will be integrated with various precisely measuring wearable devices in market as an app with monthly or yearly subscription model for people at risk or chronic heart diseases. We would complete the project by heading on atrial arrhythmia device using DPFA. This would give comprehensive coverage of cardiac arrhythmias by CAPS. Our product is priced at 1.75 lakh INR per piece and would have a total market value of 1,575 crores. That's the total addressable market for stage 1 of the product. We are expecting to cover target population of 90% because of power and pace of algorithm. 90% of people with heart failure, which amount to 58 million, will develop this deadly rhythm. The government would save around $350 billion, reducing years lost to disability by almost 10. It can prevent 2 to 5 lakh annual deaths, and there is statistical progression of around 30% in people affected by this by 2060. Our market analysis was performed over an 8-year period extending from 2018 to 2026 with a compound annual growth rate of 6%. There are no short-term predictive devices in market as of now, but once we release this predictive algorithm, international companies with a solid foundation in digital health like Medtronic, Abbott, iHealth will be serious competitors to us in future. The program is 80% quicker than any other device available globally, around 96% sensitive and 92% specific. It has got auto selection of predictive interval, got unique short-term predictability. It is very flexible, fits into any of current and future devices. It has got novel and unique ECG feature selection, feature extraction, and decision tree with shorter execution time. The biggest advantage is that our research has found that a single database analysis would give you a novel, robustly powered, predictive AI-based study design.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have over 8 minutes now. So could you guys wrap up?
Yes, we are early to market, and this is world's first attempt at short-term prediction of malignant ventricular arrhythmias. Got quickest predictive power, very accurate, robust algorithm with decision tree. Next slide. Team CAPS is backed up by experience, expertise, enthusiasm of its members, international expertise of its mentors, multidisciplinary ambience within same campus of Peter University, which helped us to achieve this thing. To conclude, this is end result of innovative, ingenious cardiovascular research with potential to save billions of lives globally. This has unique feature set selection with a rapid, accurate algorithm. This is based on time frame performance evaluation and has made to achieve impossible. As a cardiology research article, this is published on International Journal of Scientific Research, July 2021. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team. So with that, we'll quickly move on to the Q&A round. I'd like to invite, I'd like to invite Mr. Suresh Garg first, followed by Professor Greg.
Yeah. Is there any study on the market front?
Marketing things, sir. Yeah, actually, we are into these things, sir. Like how we face it is, first we'll have it in a pilot study with a smaller group, and then we move on to portable ECG monitors, and then we move it to variable devices, sir. So how our portable device, this thing prices is around 1.5 to 2 lakhs, sir. And variable devices, this would account for approx 20 to 30,000, sir.
So what is the mindset to go on this project with a big way?
Sir, actually, what's the thing is, we generally have this dreaded rhythm, sir, malignant ventricular arrhythmias. If we don't intervene, the patient would just die off, sir. And there is another association like atrial arrhythmias. If we don't intervene also, we have time to save the patient. But if for this study, if we don't intervene, the patient will just die off. So that's the main focus of our thing, sir.
What are the plans? How you go on this project with a big way?
Yes, sir. This is a phased rollout, sir. So we are in the phase number 4, that is the of clinical application. So first we'll be integrating our algorithm with the ICU, with the current ICU monitors, sir. And then we'll be bringing up with the portable cardiac arrhythmia devices to the hospitals, and then into wearables, sir. Because wearables has been like now the current product which has a great value. And then we'll move on to the complete spectrum of cardiac arrhythmias, sir. That is including both ventricle and atrial arrhythmias.
My question is, what are the plans to scale up this idea?
So we are working on these things, sir. Like the marketing thing, we need to have a support, and like we are having the research things and all these things. But the marketing thing, we're gonna see this, sir.
Thank you.
Great area to focus on. Healthcare medical device technology is very fast moving and rapid growing space. So I think it's a commendable area that you're attacking. Just a comment, my view of this, you presented this very much like a research paper. So I think that's clear from your backgrounds and where you're coming from. I think there's a lot of learning you can go through as you go through the IDEA program to learn the business components of the venture and how to commercialize what is a very good idea. So I think one comment would be to add quickly a commercialization, someone who has a little bit of a healthcare hospital med device background into the team to from a business perspective to help supplement what good research you have already come up with. The only other comment, I think because the business components are actually lacking so much, I don't really want to ask you the questions. But I think that what I would suggest is, there's a research, you can be a research firm and sell and commercialize your ideas, and you can decide to produce the products. I would, in your presentation where you're looking to maybe produce those or even partner to get those done, yes. I would guide you against that.
Thank
I
you,
would
sir.
look at establishing a design firm with predictive technology around heart and heart-based ailments as the business model to
Yes,
think
sir.
about, and then patent and
Yes, sir.
license or sell. And I think that would be a business model I would
We
suggest.
have applied for a temporary patent, so
Yes, yeah, I think those are and I think there's also, I know in the US, I'm familiar with med devices. I just started a med device business right before pandemic. There's, at least here, there's a regulatory process for approval that also adds a lot of time into the commercialization strategy. And
yes, sir.
I'm not sure I heard that. I'm sure that you're aware of it, but.
Yes.
And sir, we also have another team in Geetham itself who's like currently working on a wearable device to detect the occurrence of a heart attack. We are trying to, collaborate with them to integrate this algorithm as well to get a comprehensive approach on heart diseases.
Yeah, I think there's a big difference between a proven mathematical algorithm and a commercial product.
Yes. We definitely need support from the engineering side, and for the marketing, we need help from the marketing analysis.
But it does produce a great research paper for sure.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Greg. So we'll quickly move on. I'll invite Samir, followed by Praveen, and then we have Piyush.
Yeah, a great effort, guys, and really good in terms of technology that you said. And I would really echo what Greg said, that really think of pivoting and making yourself an R&D and organization rather than looking at commercialization, because commercialization is a completely different animal. The regulatory challenges are immense. So really don't go after that. It's not your expertise, and that's not what you want to do. The second thing I would say is really focus on the ICU space that you're focusing on right now.
Yes, sir.
Do not try to get into wearables.
Yes,
As in,
yes.
Apple's stated intent is to master and become the master of healthcare, right? As an Apple Watch
Yes,
is
sir.
going to be completely different in the next 10
Yeah.
years. So in fact, I would say go talk to them in terms of if they would like to take your technology
Rather
in.
integrate with them, yes.
Absolutely, or look at the other wearable devices, but don't try to do wearables yourself. It's a very different ballgame with a lot of other dynamics.
Yes.
But really well done. Great stuff. Great stuff.
Thank you so much,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your advice.
Yep. So I think most of the experts have spoken here. So I think all the inputs are. So I felt it very similar lines in terms of I felt that there's a product, there's no business that you have communicated much. And also I think in terms of communicating, when you're talking about efficiencies and everything, it would be good to do comparables, right? The way you present your thing to a common man, right? Somebody who's not from the space, when you're pitching to us, it would ideally be much better if you actually can say that, hey, somebody gives you 80%, we give you 92% efficiency. Right? If you actually do those pieces and put a business piece together, right, which is very different from where you guys are, I think your pitch would be a lot stronger than where you are today.
So,
otherwise, great work.
Yeah. Yes. We're the first ones to do the short-term predictions. There's no, until now, only the long-term prediction has been in the market or tried before, but we're the ones who came up with a short-term prediction. So I guess,
What I'm saying is, it's about presenting it to a common man.
Yeah.
Yes. In terms of, it's not about the work that you guys have done. What I'm saying is, you could be the best company in the world, but if you can't communicate it,
you're
not.
That's,
So that's missing in your presentations, where we are unable to give good benchmarks or ask the right questions because a lot of business pieces are missing in the communication.
Totally agree.
And just adding on to what Praveen's saying is, and apart from the comparison, just keep your eye out on publications, because the moat is actually not that high. Because if you've got access to this technology, other medical students across the world have access to this as well. So people will be working on this, and what's the moat and what's your secret sauce is something you need to think about, because competition is going to come in from all sides as well. So keep an eye out.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for all the advice and strategies.
Thank you, sir.
Piyush, would you like to share your feedback?
Yeah, I think other judges have very well rounded, the comments. So I would skip it. Thank you.
Thanks. So all the best, team. All the best for this and for your future endeavors.
Thank
We
you.
quickly move on to the next team, which is Team eSathi. They are a team from IIT Kharagpur. So I can see Tushar and Man over there. So guys, over to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone. We understand that you might be tired by now, but I'm sure that eSathi would be pretty interesting for you, and we really look forward to your feedback.
So Tushar, we are at 5:58 and you have 8 minutes to complete, and within 6
Yeah.
minutes, I'll give you a quick heads up.
Sure. Thank you so much. So, hello, everyone. We are Team eSathi, and we are here to unlock Bharat's true technological potential. So, eSathi is a B2B2C software as a service that helps consumer-facing apps to tap the non-tech savvy users by making their app super easy to use. So before we move into the product, let's have a meet the team. So I'm Tushar Singla and my co-founder is Man Goel. We both are fourth year undergraduates from IIT Kharagpur and bring diverse experiences across software development, startups, and business operations. Along with a couple of interns and tech mentors, we also have two Android SDK developers who are working directly with us. So the problem we are solving. So it was when I received 4 missed calls from my mom who wanted some help in ordering medicines online on the 1mg app that made me realize the huge underlying problem of these non-tech savvy users, often referred to as the Bharat users. These people often face difficulties in navigating through complex digital apps, which otherwise seem very obvious to us. It could be a farmer sitting in West Bengal and trying to figure out how to use the Krishi network app for his kheti badi needs, or let's say a rural patient in Himachal Pradesh struggling to use eSanjeevani app to connect to an online doctor. So the main reasons for this digital barrier are number one, high mental load while processing the hidden layers of UI. And secondly, they live in this constant fear of what if I press something wrong. So we wanted to validate this problem and hence conducted more than 200 plus in-person interviews with our target impact audience, which included farmers, shopkeepers, senior hostel workers. And we got it validated when we found that more than 56% of the users have low app usage because they find it difficult to navigate through various apps. But then we were curious about how come the internet penetration numbers in India are rising. So as we dug deeper into this, we realized that out of 700 million internet users, only 26% of them have transacted online. While if we compare that number to countries like China, it's close to 87%. So that clearly shows that the high numbers of internet penetration do not exactly translate into digital adoption. So there's still a staggering 300 million people out there who are yet to adopt technology. Therefore, that represents a yet to be explored opportunity. And this is where we bring in our assistive solution, eSathi, into the picture. So eSathi is a new breed of UX technology, the assistive UI. It's your all-time digital friend that functions like an assistive voice guide on top of an app to handhold the Bharat user at every single step. So it tells the user where exactly to click on the screen through on-screen hand pointers and voice instructions in their own local language. Therefore, it completely humanizes the client app's user experience, just like a human being sitting beside the user and telling him what to click and where to click. And also it provides visibility into the user behavior so that they can make further improvements in their app. So eSathi comes packaged as a lightweight SDK that can be integrated on top of a client's app with just one line of code. Let's have a quick look at how eSathi helps a user in transacting online in an emerging transactional app named Realme Paisa.
मोबाइल नंबर द्वारा लॉगिन करने के लिए यहाँ क्लिक करें। अपना मोबाइल नंबर डालें और यहाँ क्लिक करके आगे बढ़ें। आपको 5 अंकों का OTP प्राप्त हुआ होगा। उसे यहाँ डालें और वेरीफाई।
So here on the bottom left corner, you see a control button. And if you click on that control button, we'll find a menu like this, where you can mute the instructions if you don't want to hear them. You can repeat the instructions on a particular screen, or you can also choose the language of your choice.
यदि आपको Realme Paisa द्वारा पैसे भेजने हैं तो यहाँ क्लिक करें। ऊपर दिए बॉक्स में प्राप्तकर्ता का नंबर दर्ज करें या लिस्ट में से नंबर चुनें। ऊपर दिए बॉक्स में राशि लिखें और यहाँ क्लिक करके आगे बढ़ें। आपका भुगतान सफल हुआ।
So now coming to the product journey, after meetings and discussions with the clients, we onboard consumer-facing apps. Second, we just need a text file containing the UI element IDs from the client. And then we integrate a perfectly customized SDK on top of their app. So we have made sure that the SDK is very lightweight. It could be integrated with just one line of code. And the client app need not publish their app every time they want to say change something in the eSathi flow. We also support majority of the vernacular languages, and we take utmost care of the data infringement through a strict privacy policy and advanced algorithms that we are using. Over to you, Man.
Yeah. Once we developed our solution, we then went on to the market to validate our conviction amidst both the users and the customers or our clients. We got an amazing feedback from the end users, as more than 75% of the end users thought that with the use of eSathi, they can really benefit on what they want to pursue on the app. Secondly, also the founders of fast-growing business organizations like Vadhwani, Mudrex, and YOLOBuzz were assertive about the product and the team at eSathi. Hence, thirdly, we went on to successfully implement eSathi on our college app Ionia and got a chance to make a prototype for the Realme Paisa app. Currently, we are in positive deployment engagement with consumer-facing apps like Prakriti Fresh, Kheti Point that has more than 10K end users, and also with eSanjeevani, India's largest free telemedicine service provider. And we are soon to deploy on them based on our mutually discussed timeline. We at eSathi follow a 2-tier subscription-based service model. We charge the clients a fixed initial fee for the base eSathi SDK on their app, covering support for 3 vernacular languages. And following that, a monthly subscription fee for 24/7 user analytics, maintenance, servers, and other customizations. The value propositions on offer to our clients are to improve their user onboarding, where maximum drop-off occur for any app, and also to engage their existing users and all in all drive their user adoption amidst the less tech-savvy Bharat users and the ones who are well-versed with English. We aim at partnering with the existing consumer-facing apps predominantly across the banking, healthcare, retail, and agri-tech sectors. We believe that early-stage businesses like Series A, Series B startups that are usually constrained by resources and time and yet wanting to scale into non-tech-savvy users would particularly benefit from our service. We started targeting the agri-based startups primarily by leveraging our college alumni network and by offering them eSathi service. However, to make it very clear, at this moment, we are not targeting big apps with, say, more than 25 million installs or those with a high-profile tech team as such. We are currently the second assistive UI space in the market and face direct competition only from Genie. Though we offer our service at a much lower cost and aim to completely automate the client management. There are other not so efficient methods like video tutorials or AI chatbots, which are usually rendered as inconvenient by the users and certainly do not provide a hand-holding close to eSathi. We started in the previous year during lockdown, conceptualized and validated this idea. We pivoted along the way and pitched to various professionals and were delighted by the recognition that we received from esteemed organizations like 3M or Vadhwani. We then managed to develop our product in a short period of time and are currently seeking more B2B collaborations in order to add to our initial ones. We aim to fully automate the client management and rope in industry tech professionals to take a step forward. Keeping in mind the innovation behind creating the next-gen UI and the need to strengthen the in-house capabilities and also to upgrade to a more robust technical infrastructure, we are seeking funds close to 1.5 to 1.7 lakh. Out of which we have already invested close to 40K to fuel our mission of, as we say, unlocking Bharat's true technological potential. Thank you. That's it from our side, and we are open to questions now.
Thank you so much, team. If you can please stop sharing your screen. And if I may please invite Praveen to start the Q&A, followed by Piyush.
Sorry, I think I'll go after Piyush. I think Piyush can get started. Just give me a second.
Sure. Thank you, Praveen, and thank you, Ashutosh. So team, I have a couple of questions. First of all, wonderful idea. I really loved it, especially because you're targeting the Bharat users and there's a very big market there. So my first question is, since your entire product is about, UX, because you are kind of adding a layer of better user experience for these particular set of users who don't have access to technologies which are predominantly made for the urban elite who can speak English. So I would like to first of all understand what kind of user testing you have done so far, especially technical UX testing. Have you adopted any more testing methodologies, and how many UX researchers are there in your team right now?
Thank you for the question, Krish. So when we conceptualized the idea, we did the user testing in two phases. Once we validated the problem, that if that is really a problem. Second, when we developed a small prototype of this solution, we went out to our users whom we had initially contacted and showed them this prototype and took their feedback. So most of them really liked this product, as now they did not have to depend upon their friends or family for guiding them what to use. And then they also suggested us a couple of features. And then moving forward, we developed this product. And we don't have as such professional UX researchers in our team, but we collaborated with a few industry professionals through our network and showed it to them. And they suggested some changes and that we are trying to incorporate in the product.
No, I mean, conceptually, I really like the idea, but I would like to dig deep into, you mentioned 75% of the users really liked your project. So, I mean, can you throw some light on how many users were these exactly, where they come from, what cultural, social, economic background do they have?
Right. So this was from our target impact audience, like when we were back at college at IIT Kharagpur campus. So these were mainly the mess dadas who were there. So these were mainly older people. Also the shopkeepers around West Bengal. We also talked to some farmers around them. So they are not very from affluent backgrounds, but also they are just going with the normal operations. For example, our Maggie Mestada would ask us that, hey, can you check the balance on Paytm, that if I had received the money which other students have paid. So that's when we understood that there needs to be a digital solution where they can do all these tasks themselves. So yeah, this is the target audience. And also we showed this product to a couple of the moms and dads of our friends and asked them to test it. So these are basically people around us, not someone from a specific state or background.
Okay, and do you have any number? How many users you kind of tested this on?
Right. So we tested it around 100 users for the solution phase. For the problem validation, it was around 200 people. So after we developed the product, it was mainly 100 users. Yeah.
Okay, and it was mostly qualitative interviews, and you just observed how they're using, or was there any other methodology?
So we, for the people whom we could interact on face-to-face, we showed them our product, recorded their first reaction and asked them a couple of questions. What did they like? What any changes that they would like to suggest? For the people whom we send this across as a video, so we asked our friends to garner their reactions and what are their responses, and then incorporated that into some features into our product. For example, in the text fields, right now we got a very valuable suggestion. The screen which has multiple text input fields, right now we were saying that you can just enter the information and click on submit button, but the user is wanting a step-by-step approach on that too, that first you tell that here I have to enter the name, then go to the email ID section, then go to age, and then go to the submit button. So these were mainly this is how we mainly conducted the interviews.
Okay, so one final question. I saw your demo, the quick video that you showed. I think it's good, but I would really appreciate if you can show some results of the user testing, especially done in a more professional manner. So, for example, I would urge you to maybe learn more about Moray testing and other professional user testing methodologies, because then you will also understand how the user is adopting it, how much behavioral change the user is having, and what are the different emotional phases he's going through while using your product. Because I think you have a really great product and I really want you to do well, but you need to hire really professional UX researchers to actually refine the offering. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Krish. We'll definitely learn about that.
Yeah.
Tushar, I just want to take over from there. Like a couple of things I didn't understand. Like you were saying that you're partnered with a lot of them. Like what does that actually mean? Are you selling it as a SaaS model already in the market, or is it like you just have pilot?
So we have done a couple of pilots with one of the apps which were made at IIT Kharagpur. Not many installs, just to check the tech feasibility. And now we have talked to many clients, mainly in the agri and health space. And we have got a couple of clients who have agreed to deploy this product on their app. So like Prakriti Fresh, Kheti Point, and eSanjeevani.
And
So
what is the efficiency of this, right? In terms of them telling it screen by screen and actually that meaning the exact same thing. Because if you give wrong instructions, there's a very high probability it will backfire.
Right. So the way we involved in this was firstly we asked the client to provide us with instructions and all the flows, but then we quickly realized that it's becoming a hectic job for them. So we understood their product ourselves, made the content, then verified it from their product managers and incorporated the final changes, and then
I think in terms of dynamic products, maybe that's a huge challenge for you, the way I see it as a SaaS company. One last thing that I just want to close on is I felt your numbers are very low in terms of what you're looking for what you need to achieve, right? So just want to throw some feedback on that as well. That the amount of ask that you have is too low for what you want to achieve. It would not really take you anywhere.
That's not actually an investment type ask. This was for mainly for the next 3 months. We believe that we can bootstrap it for a couple of months and partner with some clients, and after that we would evaluate how much money exactly do we need, what would be the revenue projections, and then go and finalize a standard formal ask. So yes.
Okay. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Ashutosh, you're on mute now.
Sorry. Thank you, Praveen. So I'll quickly invite Professor Greg, followed by Samir, and then Mr. Garg.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the scalability of this is really going to be difficult with you creating all the content. I would look through that closely and maybe not do that. I would suggest, I built a lot of software products, and creating an easy mechanism for your clients to do that might be a better approach to adapting and getting your product in the market. The other thing I might suggest is, I love this idea. I actually love this idea, guys. I think you have a really strong concept. I would like, maybe there's a set of applications that the Bharat user actually uses, and I might focus there for adoption and really being known for solving and enabling that particular community. And there may be a set of apps that you target right away and work on there, because I think that might be a strong go-to-market message that you're really helping that particular digital divide, helping that group cross the digital divide. So I might suggest something along those lines.
Yeah, Tushar, you're on mute. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, no, but you're right. As in, it's definitely saved the best for the last. The great effort, and I think there's a fantastic opportunity here, and you're serving a really underserved segment. So really good from that point of view. I really, one is what Greg said. I was just going to say that, as in, don't really try to do everything yourself. Also, in terms of marketing and really figuring out how to scale this up. Right now, I didn't see that in your plans, or maybe I missed it. In terms of, you've got a set of users, you already said you're targeting some affiliations with, but when you want to scale this up, how are you going to target, say, the Amazons or Flipkarts of the world? Because those are the kind of guys who will really benefit in terms of adoption. Getting that kind of engagement should be really your long-term goal. So what's your plans to get there is a key question.
Right. That is definitely like a question, I guess, because right now we are more focused on getting the product right and implementing it for a few apps. Once we build some image in the market, we'll then definitely approach certain bigger clients, because we feel that directly approaching these big clients may not be a good way to go forward. And also parallelly, we are in the process of developing a dashboard where we can automate this whole process and would not have to make a customized SDK for each client, so that we save on manpower and time. And by that time, we would have developed the dashboard, we would have made our product more sophisticated. We would be in a better position to target these bigger apps who would then have, and we'll have more credibility around what we are offering.
Right.
So,
and is there any patentability on the stuff that you're doing?
We explored that, but unfortunately, it cannot be patented. It's like a software. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Cool.
But it's like a challenging one to build. That is only some barrier, I guess, there.
Yeah, cool. Great stuff, guys.
Sir, I wanted to ask one question to you and Professor Greg. I wanted your advice on that content piece, which both of you told. So it should be like we should ask the clients to make the content themselves, or we should take up that responsibility and maybe outsource it to some other third party or hire, let's say, interns, content interns who can make the content for these applications.
Yeah, I think probably long term, it'd be really great to have outsourced professional service providers, because not only can they pitch that as part of their practice, but they can scale it so you don't have to do the sales. They can target their own existing clients. So that might be a model that you could think about.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, Mr. Garg, I'll invite you for your comments and feedback.
You have done some competitor analysis?
Yes, sir. So currently talking about the competition, we have a direct competitor named Genie.io, which was founded in 2017, and they got funded by Geo and then Ankur Capital. So they are sort of, with them, we got validated our concept and idea to some extent. Then there are other indirect competitors, which would say video tutorials, YouTube tutorials, human assistants, in-app tutorials. But these often are not very convenient because they cannot handhold the user or mimic the experience of a human telling what to click and where to click on the app. So right now, yes. If you have any specific question, I would love to answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how competitive is your app?
Okay. Right, means yes, it's a competitive field, and I think the key to this would be how we can make it scalable and how sophisticated we can make this SDK, because it's a huge responsibility for us to display something on a client's app, and that would be used by all of their users. So we have been working extensively for the past 6 to 7 months on cracking what would be the right way to go about it. So that particular components, for example, a few valuable insights that we received from the clients after interacting with a lot of them were they don't want integration time of more than 4 to 5 days. They want it very quick, within 1 to 2 days, because they are integrating a lot of other SDKs as well. Second, the lightweight size of the SDK should be very, very lightweight so that it doesn't increase the total app size. And thirdly, like it should not ask for permissions or major permissions from the users so that they can seamlessly experience the app. So cracking all those things is a bit hard, and I think we are heading in the right direction.
Done. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. So with that, thank you to all the judges. Thanks and all the best to Team Isathi. Yeah. So we come to a wrap up of all the presentations. We are done with all 8 presentations. Amazing job. We saw such a diverse range of ideas over here. And now let me just tell you what is in store next. Next is we have a special award over here in this session, which is the Levin Johnson Award for the most innovative idea that is based on popular choice. So for that, what we are doing is we are opening a small poll, which is for all the attendees. So Vikas, I'll just request you if you can just launch the poll. What the attendees need to do is they need to select and rate as per them which idea they thought was the most innovative idea. So attendees, the poll has been opened. It will remain open for 1 minute. We'll be closing the poll in exactly 1 minute's time.
You can't vote up until now. It's saying host and panelists cannot vote.
Yeah, so actually this is hosts and so panelists are already the judges. We are doing the scoring. This is
okay
for the attendees.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
So in the meantime, my request is I have been bugging all the judges over here. I know I've been bugging every one of you, sending you personal messages that please complete your scoring sheets. So I request you to please just have a quick look at the scoring sheet and just do that, because again, my team at the back end is after me, that please ensure that everyone has completed the scoring.
Okay.
Thank you so much, judges. Okay, 1 minute. I am closing the poll now.
Mr. Ashutosh,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garg has done the scoring. Do he need to share it now or just
No, so
simply...
sir, we have it. So as soon as the scoring is done, we get the details.
Hope you must have got that.
Yeah. So our team has got that those details.
Fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, and with that, what's going to happen next is it'll take me about 10 minutes of time with my team to compile the scores. In the meantime, I'll be handing the session to my colleagues Sushant and Prahasid, and they will be just having a small engagement with the audience. Over to Sushant and Prahasid.
Thanks a lot, Ashutosh. All right, everyone. I hope you had a great learning session there. Those were some fantastic pitches. We've heard pitches all the way from the teams representing across the length and breadth of the country. We had Blitzcare from Nagpur, GHRCE, and then we had Madhubani from SIBM Pune. We had Arpan from Shriram College of Commerce in New Delhi, ETEX Healthcare from IIT Delhi, Chemini from GIM Goa Institute of Management, Rosai from Geetham Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, and then we have CAPS again from Geetham Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, and we had the last team eSathi that's working on a solution for Bharat people, which is quite innovative. So those were some fantastic pitches. Now, without any further ado, I hope you enjoyed. So you had some fun, you had some learning. So let's focus our next 10 minutes on. So what we have done is we have come up with a startup quiz. We're calling it as the startup bus. Let me quickly share my screen. Right. So here we are. All right. So the whole idea of this quiz is to add some more zing. So there was already a lot of zing in this event. So to add some more zing before we close for the day, and before we hear the most awaited the top 3 winners for this event. So we will be conducting this quiz. And the top 3 winners of this quiz will win a total grand worth of 3,250 rupees INR in Amazon gift vouchers. So before even we go ahead and start off with the quiz, there are some rules. Let's quickly look at the rules. The topic of the quiz, as you said, it's all about startups. So we focus on startups in the business world. Coming to the platform that we are using for the quiz, we are using Quizzes. That's the platform we are using. Don't worry, you will be getting the details from our side, on how you can actually log into Quizzes. If you have the app, some of you are students who are attending in this event already might be aware of Quizzes. Great, fantastic. But if you don't have the app, no problem. We will be sending you an URL in the chat box. I think already my team is as I'm speaking to you, my team is already sharing the link for both the participants on Zoom session as well as on the YouTube session. So you may start sharing the URLs with them. And coming to the nomenclature, this is the only request that we have from our side. So we want all the participants to name their first name and space the last name. There should not be any in terms of please do not go with any funky names. Let's say if you win the quiz and then if you come up with a funky name, the chances that we might discard the particular person with that funky name are pretty high. So please go with your first name space last name. And coming to the quiz type, it's a live quiz. It's going to be timed 7.5 minutes in total. So please stay focused. Nothing but focus on the quiz. URL, as I said, it's being shared by our team, and total number of questions that we would be having in this quiz is 16. And the type of questions are, we have both multiple choice questions with single answer choice, and we have fill in the blanks questions, and we have a few text and visual questions as well. Total prizes worth 3,250 INR. First prize takes home 1,500 INR Amazon gift voucher. Second prize is 1,000 INR, and third prize is 750 INR. So I just want to take a quick check from my team.
Yes, Sushant. Thank you.
The link was shared. Yes.
Yeah, the link is shared for you to get onboarded on the roller coaster of the quiz. And we have so far like 100 participants on this call on Zoom, and parallelly we have slightly more than 50 on YouTube.
All right. Great. Okay. I was wondering whether this pop-up's coming from. Okay, now I get it. So we have about 36 people in the quiz already. People, we have already shared the link with you on both YouTube chats as well as Zoom chats. So please start entering the quiz. The moment we see at least a 60% of the total people in the audience on the quiz, we are going to start the quiz anytime. So we currently I see about 40 participants in the quiz. Let's keep it going. All right. So as I said, so by the time others join, so let's give them about 30-35 seconds for them to join. So you can expect questions from the startup ecosystem, both in India as well as abroad. There'll be some visual questions where you will be seeing pictures of a few celebrities or brand ambassadors. So, and there'll be option choices. There'll be some questions which will be fill in the blanks. So you have to play fastest finger first, just the KBC format. So you have to just type in the answers. All right. Having said that, once if everyone's ready, so we see about 50 people right now in the quiz. Prasid, do you want me to go ahead and start?
Let's wait for a couple of more minutes. So we have few participants in the Q&A asking us to reshare the link. So that's what I'm doing now here. Yeah, couple of minutes.
Great. So I see about 100 participants on Zoom, and I think the number is slightly above 60 on YouTube as we speak.
So we are getting some responses from YouTube for the link, and we can expect more engagement in the next 1 minute.
All right. So more the merrier, right? So let's wait for a minute and then we will be starting. All right, just forgot to mention this quiz is open for anyone and everyone. Even if the participating teams, if they wish to participate in the quiz, you may please go ahead and do that. It's open for anyone and everyone who are viewing this event from any part of the country.
All right. So for the YouTube audience who have having few queries, so the link is not clickable in YouTube. So just try copy pasting and you can get onboarded. For the Zoom attendees, it's a clickable link.
Yes, guys. We are so sorry, but that's beyond what we can do. We don't have clickable option in YouTube chats, so you just have to copy the entire link and open a new tab, just paste it in the browser, and then we are good to go. Super. Process, I see about 55 participants in the quiz. For those people who might have just joined, a quick read of instructions for you. It's on the screen. Please, the quiz is all about startups in the business world, and we are doing it on the quizzes platform. The link is on your chats both on YouTube and Zoom, and the naming nomenclature is very simple. That's the only request from our side. First name, space, last name, no funky names. And then quiz type, it's going to be live timed quiz, about 7.5 minutes in total. So please stay focused on the quiz. The URL is already shared with you guys, a total number of 16 questions. And the format of question types would be multiple choice with one answer, with one right answer. And we have few fill in the blanks questions. And then and the question format is going to be both text and visual. The first prize is 1,500 INR Amazon gift voucher. You take them. The second is about 1,000 INR Amazon gift voucher, and third prize is 750 INR. Total grand prize of about 3,250. It's all in for you guys.
Sushant, we can extend for 30 seconds because in YouTube, I think the attendee chat is disabled. So few audience are still getting onboarded.
Sure, no problem. I think anyways, so those were some tough pictures out there, quite amazing number of pictures actually. So judges might take a little time than expected. So I think we can give them another 30 seconds or something. Already, all right. So I've started personally getting some messages on my WhatsApp from the quizzing fraternity of Vizag. So we have an amazing quizzing fraternity in Vizag for those people, for those of you who do not know. So some of them, they're already waiting. They're waiting for the quiz to be started soon because they're eager to take that 3,250 amount back home. All right. Process, I think we're good to go, right?
Yes, we are.
Perfect. All right, so we're going to start the quiz in next 15 seconds. So I want to make it look a little fancy. So let's start with a countdown of 10, from 10 through 1, and then we will start. All right, perfect. So your quiz is going to start in the next 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, people, that's almost the end of the 7th minute. So we have another 30 seconds. Please pace up if you have joined late. Please try to pace up the quiz. We are going to end the quiz in another 30 seconds. All right. That was the end of the quiz. So we have our winners. So before we go and share our winners, we would like for you to identify yourself. If you see your name on the screen, to claim your prizes, all you have to do is send us an email with the mail ID that we are going to share in the chats for you. It's pretty simple. It's vdc@geetham.edu. So just give me a sec.
Thanks, Sushant. So Sushant, I'll just ping the email ID over here.
All right. So thank you, Ashutosh, for the time. I think we were on time. So these are the top three winners: Nikhil, Mahendra, MA, Srijan Agarwal. So you guys, Nikhil, you get a 1,500 rupees INR Amazon gift voucher. Mahendra, you get a 1,000 INR Amazon gift voucher, and Srijan, you get 750 rupees INR Amazon gift voucher as well. Thank you so much, Ashutosh, on to you.
Thank you, Sushant. So guys, congratulations to the winners from the participants. And now we move to the most important thing that we have for this. We now move on to the winners for the pitching competition. Winners of SmartIDEAthon 2021. Again, so we have the final list ready, and I will be inviting our CIO, Mr. Krish, to release the list.
Thank you, Ashutosh. I have listened in to all the pitches. I think it's amazing to look at the diversity of the pitches, diversity geographically. In a time of pandemic, it's amazing what one could do. I don't think this type of geographical diversity would have been possible in normal times. So in a way, the pandemic has helped us spread this far and wide. And then we had diversity in terms of ideas, from a simple business that's trying to help rural painters, all the way to artificial intelligence enabled minimally invasive surgery of hard to reach pelvic regions in one's body, and everything in between. So I think it speaks to the potential of the student entrepreneur that is coming up through the system in the Indian education ecosystem. So that's great to see that. But one thing common I've noticed in all of the ventures, see, I'm an angel investor, so I sit in a lot of pitches. I sit in judging competitions. I listen to pitches in Boston a lot that come for seed money. The one thing amazing I've seen as a common theme among all of the pitches is social engineering. What we call social engineering. You are trying to solve a problem that's very close to the society, very close to your family, or very close to the community that you live in, very close to the people that are around you. So that speaks a lot about the empathy that all of you carry. That is a very common theme I have noticed um, across all of the eight ventures. Well, I know everyone is waiting with a lot of anticipation, so I don't want to bore you with a pre-prepared 35-minute address I was going to give you. So I'm afraid that I have to deprive you of that privilege. I'm just kidding. On a very serious and somber note, I would like to recognize the contributions made by our late Professor Levin Johnson, who was instrumental in not only developing the Venture Development Center that came about as a result of the partnership between Northeastern University and Geetham University. He was the founding director, and he was the guy behind the SmartIDEAthon competition that we're all celebrating today. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here. He had to succumb to COVID just last month, and even hours before his passing, he was directing, and his team members. He was speaking to me just a few hours before his passing about SmartIDEAthon, how this is coming about, how this was taking shape. He took a lot of pride in this competition. Unfortunately, he is not with us today, but to recognize his contributions, to say a big thank you to him and his family, I would like to invite his brother, Mr. Sunil Varghese, to come on to the virtual platform. We actually wanted to bring Mrs. Levin Johnson, Mrs. Binnie Levin Johnson, but she was very emotional. She couldn't attend. Hopefully, you are tuned in, or you're listening to us, ma'am. We really thank you and your family for the services that Levin rendered to Geetham. He was an alum of Geetham. He studied at Geetham, graduated. He went abroad, spent all of his life working abroad, and he came back to Geetham as a professor. And 2 years ago, I brought him in to run the Venture Development Center as its founding director. And unfortunately, he had to go. So Mr. Sunil Varghese, I would like you to come on board and make an announcement of the winner of the People's Choice Award for the most innovative idea among the 8 teams that presented. This again is not from the judges. It is through the poll conducted just before we closed. You, the audience, have selected this winner, and I would like that to be announced now. Are you ready, Mr. Varghese?
Yeah, thank you for the invite. I'm waiting for the name, the winner's name. As soon as I have that, I will make the announcement.
Okay.
Shravya has yet to give it to me.
Shravya.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if.
So just give us a minute. Sorry, apologize for that. Shravya.
Yes, I'm.
Okay, yeah, got it. Okay, Levin Johnson's award for the most innovative idea and unpopular choice goes to Rosai. Hope I got the name right.
Rosai. Yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations to the winner.
Congratulations, Team Rosai. And thank you, Mr. Varghese, for being here to honor Levin. I'm really grateful to you and your family.
Thank you, Mr. Varghese. And Krish, I would like to hand it over to you. We had shared a short video. Would you like to please play that?
Yes, please.
Thank you, team. And Krish, over to you for the further announcements.
Yeah. Thank you. Now we have the winners that I want to announce, and it's been a long day. I don't want to preface that with a speech, another speech. You're welcome. So I'll go from we have 3 prizes, the third, second, and first in that order. The third prize winner, third prize winner is chimney, a portable and lightweight chimney that was presented by Goa Institute of Management. Congratulations, Team Chimini. And the first runner-up, or the second prize, goes to Bliss Care from HRC. And the top honor goes to ESAThi from IIT Kharagpur. Congratulations, all the winners. And congratulations actually to the rest of the teams. In fact, if I were the judge, I would have had a tough time picking the first, second, third prizes. Fortunately, I was saved that trouble this evening. But all of you made very good pitches. I know you're at different stages of development. We have resources available at Geetham through the partnership with Northeastern University, where I would urge you to utilize those resources to further your journey on your entrepreneurship ventures. Again, congratulations everyone, and thank you all the judges for listening in and giving that valuable feedback. Every single piece of input that you've given to the teams is going to go a long way in helping them shaping their businesses. And thank you all the team members who have organized this so diligently, who worked hard day and night to pull this through. Let us celebrate entrepreneurship. Let us begin the journey. Again, winning a competition should not be the end of entrepreneurship. It's just the beginning. And there's hardly any difference between winning and losing. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But no, I think what defines the character of an entrepreneur is, you don't distinguish between winning and losing. You keep going. That's what you do as an entrepreneur. Thanks a lot. Have a great evening. Back to you, Ashutosh or Sravya, who is closing up.
Thank you, Krish. So with this, we come to an end of a journey which we started up about 4 months back. It has been a very long journey in which there have been so many stakeholders who have given their valuable contribution. So I would like to first start with an acknowledgement to the judges, like Krish pointed out. These are the people who we truly appreciate. These are people who are from the industry. They are working professionals. They are extremely busy, right? And there are people across time zones. Like we had Krish, we had Greg who logged in from US. We have Samir who is now connected from Singapore. We had judges in the previous round again from different parts of the globe. They took time off from their schedules. They worked during hours which are outside their office hours also, and just for the passion of supporting the student entrepreneurs and helping them grow. That is the passion that all the judges had. So first of all, we had 24 judges who were there through the entire process. 13 judges won 3 in the semi-final rounds. Then today morning, we had got 6 judges in the pre-final round. Mr. Raktim Chattopadhyay, Bharat Kumar, Vivek Singh, Nageshwar Rao, Muralidhar Nayak, and Shivam Sharma. And then last but not the least is the judges who were today there in the grand finale. Mr. Suresh Garg, Mr. Sameer Desai, Mr. Praveen Dorna, Professor Collier, Mr. Piyush Verma. Like sincere thanks from all of us. I'd like to say this on behalf of VDC, on behalf of Geetham. We literally appreciate all the time, the effort that you have put in over here. I know it's a weekend. You have spent so many hours over here guiding us, helping us, supporting us. So thank you so much, judges. And then I would like to thank also to our honorable president and our honorable vice chancellor, because they are the people who are the guiding force behind everything that VDC is doing. The entire shape and the future of VDC is what they have been guiding us towards, how to shape it and what will that look in the future. All the pro vice chancellors across all 3 campuses who are driving this initiative. Our CIO, Mr. Krish, who has been like the most active support that we have received. He is there to guide, support, help us, and give us feedback at any point of time. Thank you, sir. And then also the deans and the HOIs, the head of institutes. Right? You saw there were multiple teams from Geetham also. So all the teams, they have been they've been receiving great support from their respective academic institutions who are helping them in their ventures, because they are doing this in parallel to their academic loads. So that is what we truly appreciate the deans and the HOIs. Last but not least is the VDC team. Again, this event would not have been possible without the continuous effort that has been put by each and every single member of the Venture Development Center. Right, all 3 campuses we have the VDC team spread across, every single person tirelessly towards making this event a grand success. Congratulations, team. And also, at the end, I would like to thank the participants again. There's not enough words for me, my end, to say thanks to you, because you as students are going out of your comfort zones. All the students who are shortlisted today are from premier colleges. You easily have your end of course placements, right? You'll easily get placements into good companies. Still, you are like stepping out of your comfort zones and trying to test the waters. Again, we truly support and appreciate what you're doing, right? VDC is always there to support you. Even if you're a non-Geetham student, you're always welcome to reach out to us. We'll try to extend our support wherever possible. And the last but not the least is the media and the PRO office of Geetham, who has been, again, reaching out and making this event a grand success. Thanks to one and all. With this, we do a formal wrap-up of SmartIDEAthon 2021. I hope to see you again, not just next year, but even throughout the entire academic year. I promise that I'll be keep bugging all the judges time and again. I'll be reaching out to you. I'll be pulling you wherever I think you can add value to the VDC, the student community. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe. Have a nice weekend. Take care.
Thanks.